Hello, it's Saturday, March the 21st, 2026. Welcome to another episode of Have Your Say 247. It's a show where we let you have your say on issues that are in the news. Thank you for joining us. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo.
Comes to a halt having come through the town gate onto Datchet Road. He will be received by the Lord Lieutenant of Berkshire, and he will then take a position and wait for a short time. But as you were saying, there is much to take place in the background, and for the Queen and for the King, the chance, as I say, to convene and to enable all those different discussions. The enormous population of Nigeria, its trade links with the United Kingdom and its cultural links, and also the elements of religion and faith, which are very important to the King, and are reflected in the fact that the President visiting is an avowed Muslim and his wife is an avowed Christian. And so in their own way, reflecting the breadth of different faiths. So the King and Queen are meeting the reception committee there at the pavilion, and once they have done that, it's a chance for the King just to eye the people who he will shortly be introducing to the President, and the Queen will be presenting to the President's wife. So it is, as you can see, perfectly framed by that pavilion with the United Kingdom flag and that of Nigeria, as this two-day state visit is about to get going.
ẹ jẹ́ kọ́ àwọn victims tí wọ́n tọ́ láti àpẹẹrẹ ní crane ní bíbá iná ní ìjàyìn rẹ please what's today's date ẹ jọ today is 18th of March 2026 and this is happening live at crane, so just for the security agent in Oyo State to take action immediately, please, your attention is really needed. Ẹ jọ kí ni àwọn kan tó fipò tó ṣẹlẹ̀, like how many people in number?
Ní nursery we are 5 in number.
Okay.
Bàjẹ́ kúrò nursery.
Ṣé staff lẹ́yìn sir?
Staff visitor la wà.
Visitor ni.
I'm the new state chairman Koko Pharmacy of Nigeria.
Okay. Okay.
A kàn wá fún familiarization and visitation. Àwa ní ká dé nursery.
Okay.
So bàjẹ́ wá dé nursery yẹn. Bọ́ọ̀sì clinic kan ló kọ́ fẹ́ move kálá ló kọ́ move gan. Ọ̀nà máa fọ́ ètò that victim.
Were they with ammunitions?
They are with ammunition, almost 6 or 7 of them.
And they are Fulanis. They
are Fulanis.
Okay. Okay.
So báwa ṣe ń lo àkọ́gbọ́ ìró ìbọn lẹ́yìn wa ni. Àwa rò pé bóyá lálọ́ ní táyà yẹn tẹ̀ mọ́lẹ̀.
Okay.
Láti wá sọ̀kì ní pé kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀. Wọ́n ti jáde níwájú, wọ́n ti jáde lẹ́yìn, wọ́n ti jáde lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́, wọ́n ti jáde níbí. Wọ́n ṣe gbé ìbọn tí mọ́tò nìyẹn.
All right. It is.
This
information will be passed to the state government.
Peter Obi is an opposition according to you, but he opposes nothing and nobody according to us, because we know him. If Peter Obi is an opposition, he will never have found himself in a party where Malami is the main sponsor, in a party where El Rufai is a member, in a party where the people he referred to some 3 years ago as criminal, what do they call them? Structure of criminality. He would not, but he was never an opposition. Peter Obi is a guy who came and packaged himself, lied to you, and made all of you fall. You all should be apologizing to those of us who already told you since 2022, when Peter Obi came in the horizon, that he's fooling you. And he has fooled you to the point that instead of you admitting that you were fooled, you think you are too old to be fooled, and you can't admit that you were fooled. Time for you to apologize to us, who showed you that he's not different from his brothers and uncles. And ask yourself, where is his former vice president, vice presidential candidate? They are all opposed to each other. Where is the political party that they said if you don't join in 2022, you are an enemy of Nigeria? They are no longer in existence.
This is a message to all Northerners. If you vote APC again, you guys are going to be the most stupid set of individuals I've ever come across in my life. A bomb blast happened in Maiduguri yesterday. Very early this morning, the first thing the president did was to fly out to the United Kingdom. Bayo Anonuga, the advisor to the president on communication, or is it on publicity, whatever it is, as of 5 hours ago, what he was posting was "Happy birthday, Peter Umba, the governor of Enugu." That's to tell you where the priorities of these individuals are. A bomb blast occurred where 28 people lost their lives. Over 100 people are injured. And there is no statement from the presidency, not until I think 59 minutes ago and an hour ago. That was when he's saying he's directing the service chiefs to go to Maiduguri. At this juncture, I think Buhari is better. At least he's going to come out and say, "I assure you." But you see this man, he doesn't care about you. He's flying to the United Kingdom at the expense of lives of people. I am kind of under the weather today. I'm not really feeling well, but this news actually hit me. Wallahi, if Northerners go out and vote for APC again, you guys have yourselves to blame. These guys...
David Omahi, you called me a fraud. You questioned how I brought $250 million as an investor. You mocked my credibility. But let me ask you something that Nigerians and the world are already asking quietly. As a former governor of Borno State, how did you build the massive hotel that you named after your child and property associated with you across Enugu, Lekki, and Ebonyi and beyond? How does a public servant, a governor, salary amass such project that runs into billions of dollars? When you look at your own life, your own assets, your footprint in power, do you really feel comfortable pointing finger at a woman who built her wealth transparently, legally, and internationally? You have never built a business outside government. I have. You have never invested personal capital abroad. I have. You have never created wealth without political office. I have. Yet you called me fraudulent. That alone tells the world who truly does not understand honest enterprise. Let me speak about myself since you tried to reduce me. I am an engineer. I studied engineering at University of Benin. I came to America and acquired my master's. I built my career with my hands, my brain, and my integrity. I am a real estate developer in both United States and Nigeria. My wealth did not come from government allocation. It did not come from political patronage. It did not come from public funds. I have a tequila business thriving in the whole of Africa. It came from business, from work, from discipline, from global partnership. I hold a Texas State Proclamation. I received a U.S. Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award. Those honors are not just given to corrupt people like you. They are given to people whose life can survive scrutiny. You come from power. I came from merit. You come from office. I come from enterprise. You built influence through government. I built credibility through results. And then you called me fraudulent. That is not insult. That is projection. You questioned how investors trusted me with $250 million because people trust character. That is the answer. Because people trust structure. Because people trust transparency. Because people trust who built without stealing. And now you want to be the president of Nigeria after President Bola Tinubu. A man who mocks enterprise, a man who ridicules investors, a man who cannot separate public service from intimidation, a man who calls himself dangerous. That is not leadership. That is a warning sign. And I say this with anger when I hear the way you speak as Shuda, not just as a citizen, but as a woman, because the way a man talks to a woman in public shows how he sees power. It shows whether he respects dignity or enjoys domination. You may hold office, but I hold something stronger, legitimacy. You may hold command, authority, but I command respect, Engineer David Omai. So before you call me names again, ask yourself this question. Can your wealth survive public examination the way mine can? Can your record survive international scrutiny the way mine does? Can your legacy survive truth? Because I did not build my life by looting. I built it by labor. And no man who made his name like you has the moral standing to mock a woman who made us in enterprise. Do you hear me? Because you are corrupt. Very, very, very corrupt. In fact, you are the most corrupt of them all. You're a sycophant and you're a tyrant, Engineer Mike.
Some of this rally make my blood pressure go up.
So you should get a filter sometimes, filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Janaba? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like Paula, some of you guys, that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is.
And you took my time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend me.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
Alexi.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon. Yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address you the way I like. You don't know what she already did to me. So learn to control your emotion. Right? That is the only thing that I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Fiscally, you can't insult me. Right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. Do you understand? You are powerful over the camera. So you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't dare say it to me physically. You understand? I'm handling like a kid.
Can we arrange the meeting ground? Can we arrange the meeting ground?
So learn to control your emotion.
I'm there with people bigger than you.
Okay,
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because you mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long to admonish them.
Comment.
What did you say?
Comment.
I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him.
When he gets your time, then you make a...
No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out. You think you're a big boy because you're moderating.
Take him out, please.
Hello, come on. Don't use such word now.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil-producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a character like Yahya Bello. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him.
Anybody,
1 second.
Do not defend a character like Yahya Bello. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Dr. Damages, please, I want Soli to tell us who are the fools on this panel.
I consider you a fool. Yeah.
On this panel, yeah. Who are the fools?
I will explain the foolish statement that you made. When you were talking about Sowore.
I made a foolish statement.
Yes, you did.
You must be very stupid if you don't know how to respect your elder. You are very, very stupid. Are you crazy? You must be very stupid to use that word on your elders. Am I your mate? You're a very stupid boy. Can you learn how to talk?
If you cannot handle it, don't ask me.
Can you learn how to talk?
Mute your mic.
See, don't be fooled with the comment section hype. So
excuse me.
Okay, hold on, guys.
I expected you to ask him to withdraw that word. Nobody is a fool on this panel.
Okay, hold on.
Stupid. Can you call your...
Okay, hold on, everybody.
Dr. Damages, please, I want Soli to tell us who are the fools on this panel.
I consider you a fool. Yeah.
On this panel, yeah. Who are the fools?
I will explain the foolish statement that you made. When you were talking about Sowore.
I made a foolish statement.
Yes, you did.
You must be very stupid if you don't know how to respect your elder. You are very, very stupid. Are you crazy? You must be very stupid to use that word on your elders. Am I your mate? You're a very stupid boy. Can you learn how to talk?
If you cannot handle it, don't ask me.
Can you learn how to talk?
Mute your mic.
See, don't be fooled with the comment section hype. So
excuse me.
Okay, hold on, guys.
I expected you to ask him to withdraw that word. Nobody is a fool on this panel.
Okay, hold on.
Stupid. Can you call your...
Okay, hold on, everybody. I know we are ranting.
Can you call your father a fool?
No, hold on.
If my father behaves like you, yes, I would.
No, please, everybody, calm down.
There's a protest tomorrow to liberate us. Most people here, we pull a call to say, don't participate. You know you are an Igbo. You know you are a Do. You know they don't like you. You know you are from Benue. You know you are from Jos. They're going to kill you. We are delusional. We are pretenders. We are not sincere. We are hypocritical. Dr. Damages, thank you. I do not take this for granted. I consider this a privilege. For bringing me back on and on again, I got my heart for you. Thank you. I rest my case. And I'm gone. I wish Ovie was here. I wanted to talk to Ovie. Ovie is an agent. He's a distractor. Each time he comes here, tell him to remove those demons and ancestors behind him. Or else you charge him for it. He's collecting money. Yeah, he's doing free advert on your show. You allow him to do that nonsense every day. Doctor, today, I'm angry with you too. I rest my case.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Omar.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ o.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. I appreciate all of you. Today is Saturday, March the 21st, 2026. It's a wonderful day here in New York. We are coming to you live. I appreciate all of you in the studio, those on the comment section, those watching at home. It's another Saturday, so we're going to go through issues in the news that we've been watching. Starting from United States, where the war going on in Iran is continuing, with America, Israel still fighting, and Iran fighting back, which surprised a lot of people in how long it has lasted and the dimensions of the war. We had this week that the Pentagon is demanding, asking for $200 billion to continue the war. And Trump, in speeches he made this week, was suggesting that the war is about to end. We don't know what the actual fact is, but as for today, the war is still going on. So we are going to continue to follow what's going on, the dimensions of that. In Nigeria, we watched the President, Bola Tinubu, travel for a state visit to the United Kingdom. It was a flamboyant event, and almost everybody in Nigeria went for that event, considering the fact that they left a day after suicide bombers killed a lot of people in Maiduguri. We are watching what's been going on. For the first time, the president traveled abroad and came back home after the visit. He didn't stop by somewhere else, came back home, hopefully to manage the insecurity in Nigeria and the election that is coming up. Before he left, he ordered the security and service chiefs to relocate to Borno State. Now, we don't know if that changed anything, but that's a conversation we are going to have. And of course, we are approaching April, which is where the political parties will have to come together and nominate their candidates. They have 2 months to do that based on the reformed electoral law. And we're getting signs that Peter Obi is saying that he is not sure anymore that he will be on the ticket of ADC. So what does that mean for people who are counting on the opposition to challenge this government in power? From the side of the government, they are basically ruling out, they're saying that there's no election happening, that they are going to, say, walkover. I think that's the word they use, that they are going to win the election. So we're going to talk about that and other issues in the news. If you want to be part of that conversation, please join us in the studio. When you join us, if you want us to bring you up, turn on your camera, we can bring you on. All right, so on that note, I'll leave it there, and then I'll bring people who are in, and we will start the conversation. Again, thank you for joining us. I appreciate all of you. All right, Mr. James, how are you?
Yes, I'm all right. Good evening.
Yeah, how is the Gambia?
Well, we've just ended our national hunger strike.
National?
Hunger strike.
Whenever you say that, I have to think twice before I get what you're saying. What about the celebration that followed? Did they celebrate? Is it different from what they do in Nigeria?
No. What they normally do here is the children. One good thing about the country, both the Muslims and Christian children, they all troop out to the city square. They call it Westfield. And another point is a buffer zone and other places to celebrate it. They go from house to house asking for gifts, irrespective of, if you are related to them or not, it doesn't matter. You know, we did the similar thing when I was a little boy in Akure, but we go to the homes of our relatives. But here, that is not the case. They just move from door to door, both the Christians and the Muslims. And when it is Christmas, they repeat the same thing again. So that's how it is here.
All right. Thank you so much. Comparable facts. You are in California. I heard that the temperature is approaching 100. How are you guys keeping up? We can't hear you. You're muted.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Greeting to everybody. I don't have to mention name. No, it's not approaching 100. Maybe where Paul is in Arizona is approaching 100. San Diego is always very beautiful. It's about 69 here, so we don't really get too much hot weather or whatever, but it's nice.
Okay. All right. Welcome. Paul, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning.
Yeah. Arizona.
Yeah, we started, we hit our 100 and it's record breaking. We hit our 100 on Thursday. We did 106.
In March.
Yeah, we did 106. It was funny. I saw snow falling heavily in Wisconsin and Minnesota. Meanwhile, we started at 106. We did 102 yesterday. Same thing today. 102. Well, it's a retirement state. It's good for old people, for all the arthritis and the rheumatism. They're going to enjoy. They can still take their walk.
All right. Thank you so much. Friday, how are you?
I'm fine, sir. Good evening, sir.
Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm fine, sir.
You're joining us from where? Lagos, Abuja?
I'm joining from Abuja.
Abuja, okay.
Yes.
Well, is the president back in Abuja or is he in Lagos?
I didn't care to check whether he's back because his visit to the UK is of no use. So I didn't care to check whether he's in town or he's still in Lagos.
All right. When we come back to you, we'll find out how if there is any development in your case with the honorable.
Okay.
All right. Comrade. Okay. Comrade, okay, we can't get comrade. Okay, so you guys had the stories I mentioned in the news. There are so many other stories, including El Rufai telling us that that they wanted him to drop out of the political, participating in politics as a condition for them to free him. And he's talking about the ICPC and all the people who are demanding that he should be locked up. So also in Anambra State, Governor Soludo got sworn in for a second term on March 17th. During that period, he mentioned that the Igbo nation needs, what the Igbo nation needs at this time is not the presidency, but healing. That's one of the things he mentioned during this second time in office. So we will talk about that. And there's other stories like power generation companies in Nigeria. I think they reported that they're in debt about 6.8 trillion. That out of the 33 power generation companies in Nigeria, only 16 are still producing power. All right, Comrade Omori, welcome to the show. Omori, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Good morning, everybody.
Yeah. How are you?
Good morning, Uncle James. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. How are you doing?
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Every panelists and our esteemed audience and those at the commentariat. Lot of damages. My network is not stable. I don't like, my voice is not good. I've been under the weather and the old age is telling on me too. I just want to quickly say something about the saga on social media recently. Before my network will kick me out again, I'm here for that purpose alone. You know, there's an adage in my area. They say because all the leaves that they crawl for grant, they don't know the one when belly they pay. Yeah, one spent a political social media dog was dragging my comrade Omoyele Sowore speaking truth to power because he mentioned their demigod, their saint Obi, for criticizing Obi. And what was it that Omoyele Sowore said? It's something new. It was something new because it was coming from Omoyele Sowore. The social media went agog, calling for Omoyele Sowore's head. If activism was a noble profession, Omoyele Sowore may benefit. A political, I don't want to use some derogatory names here, calling out Omoyele, insulting Omoyele Sowore. To me, that was very insulting. and people are there because they cannot hear the truth. And you mention of IPOB will be on the ballot. It's not going to be on the ballot. We told them about 10 months ago. They were here telling us we were talking too much. Now where are they? Where are they? These are the people. Obi is a very good guy. Maybe a very good guy. He has a lot of mob crowd with zero strategy. You want to be at the president.
All right, Omoro is having connection problems. We will bring him back. But he was talking about, I think I played that video. I'll play it again later. But the other story in the news I wanted to mention is David Umahi. He's still out there dealing with the aftermath of the conflict with the lady Tracy, who they negotiated a payment for the money he was owing her. And she came out and apologized, and then they didn't pay her. And another lady came out and said, David, it's a mess. But someone like that, a story like this could, in other countries, in other places in the world, the media will be on it and they will get to the bottom of it. But I'm sure that if we are not careful, other things will happen and overtake that. And there was this other connection to that story about engineers that were killed or they disappeared when he was governor of Borno State. So that's another story that is gaining traction. Hopefully we will not sweep it away the way we do with other stories. So let me come to each of you quickly, and if there's any story I didn't mention, I'm sure there are, but that are important to you, you can just briefly tell us about it, and we will have that in mind. Go ahead, Mr. James. Any story you're watching that is important?
Is it true that Mr. Tinubu's visit to London is for him to accept failed asylum seekers in exchange for constructing a port somewhere? Is it a Papa or a Can?
So we will touch on what he came back with. So some of the stories out there was that he negotiated for, I think, 734 million pounds that the government of Nigeria will have to, let me be sure of the exact figure. But yeah, there are so many things he came back with. One of them is the agreement. That's something that we have to discuss. The agreement to bring in refugees, people who didn't make it for asylum and all those things from the United Kingdom, they will come to Nigeria.
You see, he's turning the country to a dumping ground.
Also, there's this other story that he's going to the British companies will come and help us fix our steel corporation, a steel company in Nigeria. That's another thing that came out of that visit. And what was the third one that was important? Yeah, go ahead. But those are stuff we don't know the details. You know, these things are.
All this idea of Britain or whatever it is coming to help us, to me, is all nonsense, because homegrown solutions are the solutions to national problems. It's a pity. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's my turn.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you're talking. Yes.
Now, look at what the Iranians are doing. I always mentioned Iran on this platform long ago. When the Ayatollah returned from exile in 1979, he developed his youth, sent them to fine universities, and not only that, their political system, which is resisting terrible onslaught right now, is homegrown. There's no other part of the world where they have that kind of political system, a system whereby all the leaders are decimated and the system is waxing stronger and stronger. Another example is Obafemi Awolowo. His UPN Free Education Action Group Free Education programs. These two programs were homegrown. They went to Kenya in Ogun State. They put their heads together. They didn't go to Jamaica or London or wherever it is. They studied the Nigerian situation and they were able to fashion a system that worked perfectly well. There are so many examples of homegrown problems, solutions to problems. Going to Britain to come and help you, to me, it's utter nonsense, because what are the engineers doing in Nigeria? It means our engineers are wishy-washy. You get the point I'm making? Now, if the Ayatollah children can go to USA, Canada, Australia, India, and other places and return home to do these wonderful things they are doing right now, Why can't Nigerian engineers do the same thing? Why should we go to Britain to come and help us do what we should do for ourselves?
All right, thank you. At this point, we're still talking about topics and issues in the news that we want everybody to be aware of. I was talking about just a moment ago the deal it was actually a deal to help us upgrade our seaports in Nigeria, 764 million pounds.
We should do it, but we should do it for ourselves, not telling them to come and do it for us. If they do it for us and there are problems tomorrow, we'll go back to them again. But if we do it for ourselves, we'll be able to handle the problems that emanate in future. I don't support, anyway, Nigeria is beyond what they call redemption, as I always say.
Yeah, thank you so much. Comparable facts.
Yeah, there's something going on in the African continent. I mean, you see, this is why they call it the darkness of the of all the whole continent, because of common football. Africa can't regulate football. Look at the tobacco. What just happened? You know, they took the title away from Senegal and awarded it to Morocco. So according to their narrative, the way it was done wasn't proper. Whether there's bribery going on, they can't even host an African nation, correctly. I can't even talk about Nigeria. When was the last time the so-called giant of Africa ever hosted any kind of competition in Africa? To my own recollection, I'm not talking about the Cup of Nations, but I'm talking about the last time I recollect, maybe about 2 decades ago, or maybe less than that. That was the Junior Cup. Nigeria can't even host an African Cup of Nations, because they don't have the infrastructure to do that. But anyway, everything is being hosted by the Moroccans, and I think Morocco is holding Africa hostage because the way that was done, and I believe the president of Senegal has come and said that he will not return the cup. Okay, what they did was wrong. Let's call it what it was. They shouldn't have worked out, but they came back. According to the article 84 and 82 that I read it verbatimly. It said for you to fulfill a match, you must leave the pitch completely and you mustn't return. But the Senegal team returned. Their conduct wasn't proper, but they should have been punished. They already been punished, so they should have left it the way it was. And the referee came back and officiated the match, and the match was completed. So for the CAF to come back say that they work out of the beat by using the article 84 and 82, which I don't want to go into. Anybody can read it. What it said, they must abandon the match and never return for them to fulfill it. But whatever happened, I don't know what kind of shenanigan that happened. They award the match to they award the match to Morocco. It doesn't even make sense. Even the Morocco team, they don't think they merited it. But Senegal has appealed to the arbitration, FIFA arbitration. I believe they have a legitimate right because the referee has to make the decision because they never come back. But I just want to say that, this is where we are in Africa. Something never go right when it comes to us. And, we come here blame the white man. But, this is where we are.
I read something that last night that the captain of the Moroccan team was saying that he didn't want the cup. Is that true? I don't know.
I don't know how far.
I don't follow soccer.
According to him, he said his mom said no, don't take the cup. That's what he played for. He played for Paris Saint-Germain. Yeah.
Okay.
So
what is
kindly remove me. I can't share the same platform with Mr. One Man. Kindly remove me, or else I remove myself.
All right.
You can just drop without saying that all the time. Don't be a drama queen all your life, my guy. Just drop without making a fuss.
All right. So we'll have comparable facts. I think we're talking about the soccer thing. And where did you see the story that the president of Senegal is it credible that said he won't?
Yeah. He said that he's not going to return the cup. But that's what he's saying right now. But it's an arbitration right now. They have appealed to the FIFA arbitration. So we see how they go. But in my own opinion, this is just strictly my opinion. I think they have a right, they may overturn it again because, like I said, the referee has to make the decision right there. Say, okay, you didn't return or you walk out. Like I said, I'm not condemning what they did. What they did was wrong. They should have just been punished, which they already did. But going back after 3 months or 4 months, then you award it to the loser. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Didn't I hear that another country that had a similar issue in 76 was saying that they should apply the same rule?
Yeah, I think that's Guinea.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We'll get to that hopefully if we people have interest in that. Let me come to you, Paul. What am I missing? What is interesting to you that you've been following?
Nothing really much. There's a couple of things, but I think the Tracy thing just kind of let me laugh, the Nigerian thing. Then also this CAF issues kind of make me funny. But like I said, comparable fact said, it's a black man African thing. We are like that. We like power and we're so hypocritical when we take certain decisions and every other thing. The person that represents CAF in that field on that day is the referee. You understand? The referee went back and forth. That's why they give the referee a phone. The referee must have been listening. Somebody must have given the referee update. So even though if they do what they did, they should have even come outside first that we sanctioned the referee to make the match even go on. It's supposed to blame the referee. But in our part of our world, we don't take blame. We are like this African thing where father never go wrong. It's only children that goes wrong and every other thing. And that's where we are. If not ordinarily, they should have take the blame. Why did the referee continue with the match? Is it that the referee don't understand that aspect of CAF, their constitution, that if you walk away, you don't come back? But on one side, we might say that. Then on the other side, how do you want to manage it very well? These are the things where other teams supposed to come in and said, for example, like Nigeria, other team will come in and said, this is rubbish. We're going to join Senegal and everything. This is how you fight for transparency. Or letting one person fight, others don't do anything. Just a matter of time. Like the Boko Haram is slowly from the north coming to the west. These are the things because you feel, oh, it's not yet in your domot, so it's none of your business. You just discuss it and pass away. Things like that. But you take it or you leave it. No matter how FIFA, CAF will tell you, there's politics in football. Dr. Damages, the other day, not so long, you see the cartel that they take down in Mexico. It's a strategy because it's clear the people who watch football in America are the Hispanic people. Good percentage of them that have their papers, they all go back home, go to Mexico and watch the ball because it's too expensive in Nigeria. So they create problem in Mexico so that many of them will get scared and say, I'm not going to Mexico. It's a strategy. There's politics everywhere and everything. But if we want to stop the nonsense of the kind of political thing that they play, I'm expecting other teams, other countries to put solidarity and say, CAF, take the blame. You understand? You should have put a call to the referee, even if the referee forget to say the match end since they walk away and give the match to Morocco. But you didn't do that. When do we start taking blame for things we do? But I don't understand. That's the type of people that we have, and we'll continue that way.
Right. Can I say something just a minute about what Paul said? Paul was completely right, because if we look at what happened, they woke up temporary. It's a temporary protest. The match was not abandoned. The team returned and completed the match, and the referee allowed the match, to resume and finish. So the results should stand. If you want to blame the referee. That's exactly right.
Yeah, and the referee is CAF. You understand? So it's they themselves that make mistake, not to apply their constitution immediately, but going after months and do things like that is not a good precedent to take.
All right. Thank you so much, Paul. Let's go to Friday. Friday, what are you watching? And while you are thinking about what is the outcome, has there been any change in your situation, the case you have with...
Doctor, I am so sorry. Talking about this Tinubu issues and everything with the money he got from the port and everything. No, if you want to put it another way around, the money Tinubu only take loan from England is an homegrown thing. We may not have the best of construction company that will do things, but they are giving you the money. You get the guys that will do the stuff and everything. And what they want to do in the port, it's just minor thing. It's not a gigantic or a very big project. The key aprons are getting bad. They also need to hire some dredgers to dredge some of the place because the port are not so deep.
Okay, Paul, we'll discuss that in detail. I think we're going to start with Tinubu's
aircraft.
Paul, we discussed that when we start the topic.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So let me, Friday.
Thank you.
Friday, you are next. Just quickly tell us any story you are watching, and use the opportunity and tell us where you stand with your case with your lawmaker in Abuja. You're muted, Friday. We can't hear you. We're having problems hearing you, Friday. You're muted. We can't hear you. So let me quickly, I'll come back to you. Let me go to forefathers, okay? And forefathers, how?
Good evening from Nigeria.
Okay.
I think the most...
Go ahead, Friday. Go ahead. We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I think the most interesting part of the conversation today is about Peter Obi saying he's not sure of the ADC ticket, and his visit to Malami early this week. I think Obi is one of the characters we are looking up to in the Nigerian political system that we feel like is coming in to change the old narrative. The old narrative of aligning with the gang of criminalities. But it's unfortunate we are seeing decisions that he described 3 years ago, or about 4 years ago, as a gang of criminalities. I don't know the connection between him and Malami, who is facing a trial at Federal High Court of connected to financial issues and some other things. And secondly, if Obi is trying to play drama with the system, because I don't know why he's coming up now at this because it's already a dying minute, because we know from that ticket. So he would have stayed back in Labour Party, but then we also look at it from that end that Peter Obi that cannot manage a party crisis, how is he going to manage Nigeria if probably he's elected tomorrow? It's a very big question to ask, because I think Obi ran away from Labour Party because of the crisis that was rocking the party. So I'm just trying to balance, how is he going to be someone that cannot manage, let me take for example, a family crisis. How is he going to manage a country as big with many problems, including security issues like Nigeria? So that is my own interest for today's discussion. Then on my case, they've also threatened to pick me up again with DSS, according to information available. And I started getting messages that they are planning to pick me up with DSS, and their plan is that I must stop talking about the honorable, even while I'm starting trial on the criminal defamation case at Federal High Court. And but then since about 4 days ago that I got the intel, for that call from a strange number threatening to arrest. But then just like after our program last time, I think last month, he also filed another case, now a civil case at Federal FCT High Court Abuja, where he's demanding for 5.4 billion naira damage, and he also filed another case at Ebonyi State High Court, where he's demanding for 10 billion naira damage.
No. These billions, are they demanding them? Is that from you?
Process because the court process.
Is he demanding the money from
yes,
you?
Yes, that demand now. Okay. Yes, that is what the prayer is. Yes, that the court should issue that I should pay 15 billion naira in total. That is in the two cases to him as a damage, and the court should also issue an injunction to restrict me from talking about him or any of my organizations writing anything about him. So that is the case now. The trial for the criminal defamation case will commence on the 2nd of April, which is why I am in Abuja to prepare ahead of time.
All right. Thank you so much, and keep us updated on how it's going, and we would like to follow the case, okay? Okay, let's go to Forefathers. Forefathers, welcome to the show. Where quickly, I have you, Jefferson and Ify, just 2 minutes. What are you watching? What is important to you that we didn't mention before we start the show properly?
I'm watching what's going on with the greetings, Dr. Damages. Greetings to all the panelists, the chat, and to the viewers. Forgot about that. So I'm watching some of the insecurity events going on in Nigeria. How it seems to be ticking up towards an election, which is the normal distinct pattern. And then I'm also watching the conflict going on in Iran, and hope that our people are learning any lessons from it, which I'm not holding my breath on. And also monitoring how what Tinubu did in London this week, taking almost every member of his cabinet to the UK, and being embarrassed by how Nigerians are fawning over the royals. It's just disgraceful, some of our behavior. Not that you don't respect foreign countries and their dignitaries, but it's like the way we do it, it just betrays our inferiority complex. And you wonder why our nation is so dysfunctional. And this guy made a documentary about how Nigerians don't manufacture anything. And then somebody on the DC said, no, we manufacture something. We export our people. And that is what we do. We export our people. That's what we've been doing for 400 years. It hasn't stopped. And we as a people, there's something seriously, it's a human being thing, I think. There's something difficult about how our mind works. We refuse to change it, even when we see facts, until something happens. And this is why I keep saying, until something terrible has to happen to us, our eye will not open to the mess that we are in. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Jefferson, you are next. Welcome to the show.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, and is it good evening, everyone? It's nice. Thank you all for having me.
At this point, what we want from you is stories that you are watching before we go into our discussions.
Well, of course, there are so many stories. Of course, whatever we do, we know what's happening in the world and know what you need to do when you leave the planet. Anyway, but for our scope here, for what we are doing here, I'm watching some of the terrible things. Of course, these guys actually mentioned regarding the so-called welcome in the UK, the so-called sources even gave it that that was just it was orchestrated by the Nigerian government, but I'm not going to go into much details, you know. Then of course I also watch what happened in Ozoro in Delta State, that is becoming an international scene. You see, situation where culture becomes where culture, you see, that's the thing. When you hold on to a culture that doesn't make any sense, it only comes back causing more harm to you as a person. How can you say that you are doing a culture of in the night, any woman they see, they can do as they will? You know, that's exactly what happened. And guess what? Some Europeans are even talking about it on their social media, and they are having a rethink on us as Nigeria, in collaboration with all our insecurities that we're currently facing. So it just tells us where we are heading, you know. So those are the things I'm actually watching. And I want to address something here. You know, someone made mention about, B is moving from one party to another. And I'm into and I'm like, I mean, come on, he's a human being just like everybody else. People have the right to interact and associate with anybody they want to. And they need to understand, because you associate with somebody doesn't mean that you might think like that person. It's two different things, you know. People will always have their allegiance. People always have their values. As far as we're on this planet, There's no rule that say, oh, you only relate with people that think like you. You are in this world, you meet different people, you interact with them, find out what they are doing, and find out another strategy. If this one does not work, you find another strategy to see what you can do differently. You know, it's one thing to be sitting down there to demonizing people's approach. It's another thing to actually be in the burner. And last I checked, even the so-called people that claim to have the so-called strategies or their strategies, I've seen where the strategy is actually leading us. It's actually causing more problem than we expect. The so-called dinner that they had, the so-called royal whatever, I think sometimes too, Nigerians will fail to learn from history. In that, even when people will call you into a banquet, it's not all banquet that is that nice. Do you even know whether those food and whatever they ate was spiked? Do they know whether it was spiked? No, you're laughing.
No, Jefferson. No. All I wanted to tell you was that we're starting with our discussion with the trip to the UK by Tinubu. So you can reserve it for that point when we start that.
No problem.
Right now, we just want to touch on topics. We're not.
No problem. So anyway, so those are actually the things that I saw basically. So if anybody else has anything, that's fine. I think I'm good.
All right. Thank you. Well, you mentioned something very important. You mentioned the Zara, I think. In
Ozoro is yes, it's Ozoro.
Ozoro in Delta State.
Yeah.
That's. I'm just hearing the story, and I've been following a little bit. I think it's
shameful. You need to see the way Europeans are actually discussing this. Yeah,
let's leave Europe. Let's leave Europeans out of it. We're all about culture, but that thing it's not the culture. It's not the culture. Just to let you know, first, it's a lie.
Why did it happen? Why did it happen? If it's not the culture,
so it did not happen. So police and fire service do the same job. They protect lives and property. In most cases, police investigate and carry out their stuff. Fire service will fight fire and investigate what caused the fire. Funny threat. So let me land with this thing. Just this funny thing where they say we want to do festival, which they do many places. They say women don't come out. They also in Yoruba, places like Ikorodu, Oro festival, and they like. They say,
please.
So if you say you know where you are going, then you're wrong. Hold on. They say women don't come out.
I'll ask a question. If they do a culture, say okay, anybody I see will stab them. And then everybody carrying knife and start stabbing people.
Can you listen? The culture never said so. The culture said women don't come out. So this funny thing where people say women don't come out, anything you see, you take. That is not the culture. So people hide under that to abuse people because women came out. We see these things in Lagos when we are having all this problem with criminality and the likes. It's not the culture, never the culture. When they are doing it, they said women don't come out. The culture did not say if women come out, the youth have the right to rape the women. Never. If it's like that, how come you are hearing it now? How come you didn't hear it last year? You didn't hear it 10 years ago. You didn't hear it 20 years ago. Come on now. When you hear things like that, don't just run with this TikTok 30 seconds video. It's not.
Okay, it's not. They are saying TikTok how many minutes video. But it happened. It happened.
It never. So people abuse it. So when police collect bribe from you in the bus stop, is it the law that police are supposed to collect bribe from you? I'm asking you. Is it the law that police are supposed to collect bribe from you? No, people abuse it because they say women don't come out. They warn people before the festival. Don't come out. If you come out, anything you see, you take. Some youth just.
We don't have time. Jefferson, we don't have time.
Abuse the person.
All I'm telling you is that it's not the culture. People abused it. It's not the culture. First, agree like I use police. Police collect bribe. Did anybody tell police that you must collect bribe? No. But here you know police take bribe.
Not the culture. How come the people have not spoken against it or addressed it?
Do you know why? Do you know why? Do you know why? The custodian of the culture, good percentage of them are not online like you and I. You understand? That's why you might think like that. That's why you might think like that. So people like me who understand it again is telling you again, so for you to learn.
He said people are not online.
All right, guys, we have
I
to.
said the custodian. Like now, for example, doctor, please, doctor. This is very, very important. Like he's talking about European. This is very important. Like now, if you hear a top high chief from the king of Uzoro come outside to say this is not our culture, I strongly believe you agree. But how many of our king has social media departments to answer questions like this in anywhere in Nigeria? How many of our king has those places? You understand? They're spokesperson. That's what I'm telling you.
All right, that's enough. We have to go. Sorry, guys.
But they can allow the rot to continue, and no room to address issues when they come up.
They never allow it. You are thinking it in your head, like Tracy Oiri. You are just thinking it in your head, waiting for your 305 million. It's not.
All right. We have to go. I'm sorry. It's very important. Maybe we can find a time to squeeze it in, either when we are ranting or other things. But we figure out how to put it there. But it can continue. If you 1 minute or two, just anything you are.
Papudoka, good morning. Why will you say 1 minute or two? You over there, Paul and Jefferson. There, we are fighting.
I'm trying to stop them. I know.
2 minutes. Okay.
I give you.
That's what I'm talking about. You see, this discrimination against women. That is what the problem is. It is discrimination against women. And women are being discriminated in politics or marginalized. Even in this small show,
I was fighting for you. I was fighting for you.
I didn't like it. I just let it slide because obviously. Because whatever this guy was saying, I'm there to make you understand that there's no justification for people to hide in the back.
Jefferson, wait, you're taking my tongue. Wait, hold on. I'm talking about something important. That is my problem. You people, especially, everything is about men against women. What is it that you people hate about women? I don't understand. And most of you here, 99.99, let me not say 100% of you, can't do without us. But you guys continuously disrespect us when we come to your space. Papudoka, you are number one because you have shown me that Paul and this person, they were here fighting for 5 minutes. You did not stop them. If I want to speak, you will tell me it's 1 minute. Why you gave everybody 2 minutes and 3 minutes, and they spoke for like 5 minutes. Anyway, good afternoon, everybody. Paul, my brother, Jefferson, calm down. It's not that serious. Let me tell you, people. You're not going to change the tradition of what is happening. These things we are doing here, I keep saying it, we are here to have fun. Pa James, forefather, my friend, good afternoon, everybody. So a lot has been going on this media. The 3 guys that were executed in Iran, I never, let me tell you, that thing gave me a sleepless night because I read so much about Iran. Come to find out the reason why a lot of people are supporting why America and the Israeli invaded Iran. I don't know whether it's about religion. I don't know whether it's about politics. Religion is one thing I don't like to talk about. But whatever it is, this is, I don't even know the adjective I will use to qualify these young guys because they protested. And, it makes me to appreciate the way we take freedom of speech and protest, even though, it's different in Nigeria. We take it for granted. They were accused of buying a police officer, 2 police officers, which, they said is not true because there is no evidence about that. I can see, but why they are on the news. The second is insecurity happening in Nigeria. With the bomb blast that happened in Borno, our master strategist president took the whole plan of everything in politics, took them to London. I don't understand why that visit is necessary. Our president hasn't said anything about it. Vice president, I think that's where he's from, hasn't said anything. He went to Soludo State in operation. And I see people supporting this president. They are busy sharing rice and beans. Now, I don't know if anybody has seen the APC iPhone that they are sharing. I don't know if anybody has seen that. It's on social media. Yeah, they're now sharing APC iPhone. And this is supposed to be our president. And if you can tell me one thing, I keep asking everybody every day we come here, one thing Tinubu has done for us as the president in this last 3.5 years, nobody can even stand up and tell you one thing. And again, you ask yourself, the money they are spending, buying all these things, imagine if they have invested that money in Nigeria. Tinubu will not even need to campaign for second term. We will all vote for him. But it's so unfortunate when people say Obi cannot handle Nigeria. And this is the way Tinubu is handled. The other people that have handled Nigeria have been president. What is the difference between what they have done or doing? Why anyway, let me not go there, because you said we have a lot to talk about. Another thing is Umahi and the girlfriend. I call her Umahi's girlfriend. The shenanigan going on social media. In fact, anytime I see the girl's picture or anything, I just get irritated. The way I scroll past her. If there is anywhere I can block her so that I cannot see any news about her, I will be fine. But unfortunately, I don't have the power to do that. Trump and NATO, I don't know. Trump has been President Trump has been throwing tantrum, calling them, I think he called them cowards, because they refused to, support him in order for them to open this thing. So a lot of things is going on in this in the news, to be honest with you. What's his name? The Reno running like a mad dog, attacking P2B left and right, calling him names. I don't know. P2B is not even the president, but he's on the news more than anybody in this world at this point. So I don't understand what's up with that. I'm not worried about whether P2B get the ADC ticket or not. I think we will talk about it in the next, because I heard my brother criticize P2B, and I have a lot to say about that. Papudoka, how many minutes do I still have? That's it?
All right, Ify, thank you so much.
You see, that's what I'm talking about. You see, that's what I'm talking about. Peter and Jeffrey were here for over 5 minutes. You were watching them fighting each other.
You did not stop you your time.
And then you get to my time. Now you want to say, how many minutes did I talk?
5.5.
Papudoka, there is God. You stay alive. There is God. You don't want to go to hell.
Ify, thank you so much. Let's go into the first conversation.
Eid al-Fitr. In Nigeria and across the world, I can only wish you and the millions of Muslims in our countries Eid Mubarak. And in doing so, let me propose a toast to the President and people of Nigeria. Niger no day carry last.
We are challenged in being the largest city in West Africa, country in West Africa, and on the continent, and challenged by, terrorism and it comes from the Zaire and the conflict of, climate change and all of that. We will be able to discuss it in our bilateral relations and see what Britain can do to accelerate the friendship, partnership, and the collaboration.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, so that's a small clip from what happened in the UK. So let's discuss all the aspects of. I'll give everybody 4 minutes each to talk about any angle that you prefer to discuss. Whether it's what Nigeria got from that visit, or you want to talk about how it went. There was a time that we saw Tinubu almost being held by the king so that he wouldn't fall. That last clip of him and the prime minister, a lot of people were looking at it and said maybe it's time for him to start speaking Yoruba and someone would translate so that maybe people will even understand what he's saying. I don't know, but any angle that you want to take, including what he brought back, which was announced in the news, certain agreements and IOU or MU, MOU, whatever they agreed on, any way you want to take on it. Mr. James, you have 5 minutes.
I spent far less than 5 minutes. This is not the first time they are backing of so-called state visits. Since the colonial era till now, they've been going and coming. We've not benefited anything from it. As I was saying earlier on, it would be better for us to govern ourselves badly than to be governed well. Nigeria is still a colonial state, as far as I'm concerned. Now he's going to get some little crumbs of money to develop a port somewhere. And what he has given out in return, you and me will never know. It's the consequences that we'll be grappling with in future. So to me, it's an exercise in futility. So please give my time to Mr. Paul, if you don't mind.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. Comparable facts, you are next.
Yeah. So to be honest, I'll be very honest, okay? I didn't watch the whole thing. I mean, I had the time to watch it, but I just feel like it's a waste of my time. What am I watching? That Tinubu went to visit UK. I mean, what is so important? Yeah, it may be considered to be historic visit. I think my understanding, that's the first Nigerian president ever to be visit in UK in that fashion, in 37 years. So that's like a generation. That's true, but maybe the way I look at things, I don't really value those kind of things as something important, unless you bring something very tangible to help the country in that regard. Because what just happened is 7 million pounds or whatever, that's a loan, and it's going to be used to refurbish, the port in Lagos. It's all about Lagos, Emiloko. That's what Tinubu is all about. By the time Tinubu leave office, he's paying me to say that, it's going to be a lot of millionaires, and most of them is going to be from Southwest. I mean, this man has embarked on nepotism to the highest level. People talking about Buhari, there's a nepotism, but Tinubu has taken it to a different level. But anyway, let me concentrate on this. Yeah, it's a historic visit, is good and everything, but in my own opinion, it's an optic. There has been some speculation out there that, this was part of, and that Tinubu lobbied for it, like he always lobbied for everything. Did you all know that there's somebody in the Trump administration right now, one of the people that has been paid to be lobbying against I don't want to pivot, but I'm making a statement. I'm gonna connect my narrative. He's been paid to lobby against the Christian genocide, working in Trump administration. So there's about 2 or 3 firms right now being lobbied. What we heard about the 7 or 9 million that was being paid, they say it's more than that. So if you're going to be lobbying against paying all this money to lobbying against the Christian genocide, say there's no genocide or whatever, why can't you use it to fight the terrorists? They're not using it. And Tinubu just left the country within 24 hours after what we saw happen in Borno State. Who does that? Tell me the imperative of this visit that you have to go. Can't you postpone it? Yeah, you can postpone it, the Queen or the, King Charles III or whatever can, allow you to come next time. I don't really see what is so imperative that you have to go to this visit for what? I mean, you always, you get loan from MFA, you always get loan all the time. You can always get loan because what they just happen is loan. I don't see the importance. It's all about image, image laundering. That's what the president is. It kind of boggle my mind that a president can't even postpone his visit when you have an abomination. That's the way I classify happening in that country. People are being killed every day. What good does he do to get all the money you want and your people are not going to live, live to benefit what you're doing? And everybody here telling me that, Nigerian economic is better and everything. It doesn't matter to me. The most thing that matters to me is the security of people. It doesn't matter how much money you have if you don't have any life. That's the way I look at it. And look at the nonsense that he said when he was there. And he said, whatever is happening in the country, this terrorism is about climate change and Burkina Faso. So you are blaming the Burkina Faso, and some of the West African countries are the one, perpetuating this terrorism in Nigeria and the climate change. How does climate change contribute to the terrorism going on in Nigeria? And I mean, you took all the whole military apparatus, the whole governors. I think I saw Governor of Enugu there. You need to correct me if I'm wrong. I thought I saw somebody like him in London. Of course, you have all these stupid, all these city boys, Obi Kubana and some other things, go over there and be doing nonsense. I mean, not Obi Kubana, key prince and some other nonsense. But that's their own problem. They're in there for transaction, I don't just see the importance of this video, okay? Of course, you have the so-called educated Nigerian diaspora, singing on your mandate. What is on your mandate for? I will never sing on your mandate to anybody in this world. The only person I can sing on your mandate for is my parents, because nobody is above anything. That's why I didn't watch it, Dr. Dame, not even a minute, because it's nonsense to me. I don't see the importance. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Comparable Facts. Jefferson, 5 minutes.
All right. We all know this state visit. Well, it's still a state visit because when you go from country to country, it's a state visit. Of course, it's not today our president is visiting other countries, But why this one's kind of unique was we all know the state of the nation is nothing to write home about. There is a major agitation situation. So I believe while they did that was because they wanted to ascertain that, the UK government is solidly behind the Nigerian project. So from the entourage, is it the royal banquet? It's all, to me, it's just more or less like a show, I don't know what they were trying to get at, but you could also see the commentaries too from our pro-strategist supporters that were like, do you see how this guy is being received? He was received, look at him, he was received as a royal president, after 37 years. All these things are all good compliments. But, but we have to ask ourselves, there are fundamental issues, with the nation. Of course, it's no news that they also admit that there were issues. But if you look at it again, he went for the state visit. And during the time he went for a state visit, there was a heavy insecurity in Maiduguri. And last I checked, the vice president claimed that, insecurity is everything will get over. But as it is now, everything seems to be getting worse. So there's and what even made matters was that the NSC was also was on that trip. So in other words, most of the key players were also on that trip. And they claimed that they wanted to, endorse deals to foster the relation between Nigeria and the UK, as far as I'm concerned, I don't see anything that was done. If you look at the ports, you were working on the same port for how many years? And don't forget that even with that deal too, money has been borrowed left, right, and center for the Nigerian economy. Nothing to show for it. So it just shows that everything just more or less like a charade. You see, there's no clear-cut direction. No clear-cut direction on what we really want to achieve as a nation, because even after all, if you look very carefully, people who understand how the British work, they are not direct people. People fail to understand that. They can call you, they can laugh with you, they can even do dinner with you, but they don't really care. Do you understand? They only think of what works for them. They don't think about what works for you. I don't think you guys are getting what I'm trying to say here. And that to say, if you look at that dinner, I don't trust it because, it's one thing. What people fail to understand in the past, when people go for dinners, right? it seems everything will look all normal and everything, but you don't just go into dinners with countries just like that without watching your back and without knowing the motive of things. No one knows what could have happened. They don't know whether everything was spiked, because last I checked, when people, you're laughing.
Wait. No. It's very interesting when you say that.
Funny what I'm saying.
Spies with what and for what purpose?
Okay. Okay, now look at it this way. You might think that most of them, they care about you or they care about how, but when you go, you have dinner and everything, you don't know what has gone down. You don't know to what extent whatever they put in there is going to last or where.
What kind of thing?
Or you have issues, I don't know where it came from. No, you laugh.
Just I agree. No. You are getting at. I know. I want you to.
Yeah.
Are you saying that the British will want to eliminate our leaders? Is that what you're
saying? It's a possibility.
And what would they gain from that?
If they don't like, if they see that becoming a problem, they can take you down. But I don't really want to stress myself on all those details, right? Because people will actually misunderstand. Because you see, when people call you to dinner, it doesn't mean that it's all rosy. It's just one side of it. But the bottom line was that the deal that we got as a nation is actually very demeaning, because they now said, okay, you are signing in. You agreed with the Prime Minister that they are going to accept all the asylum seekers back into the nation. You even ask which category of asylum seekers. Is it just from Nigeria or any part of the world? And they are coming, you claim that they are coming, they will come into our prisons. Do we even have what it takes to manage asylum seekers in our country? Have we managed our own prison systems? Because last I checked, even when Oshomole was interrogating the prison department in Nigeria, when they were asking them some critical questions, they were just giving vague figures of how much they feed the pet dogs and all of that, which is to say there's no clear-cut direction in what we are doing. So the bottom line is that I see this whole state visit as and unfortunately, in addition to that too, the issue of the so-called partnership and agreement, they talked about bringing business to the Ovaltine business and all of that. Then the steel situation, there was nothing talked about developing our steel company, because last I checked, we are going to still import more of these things rather than develop what we have.
All right, we have to.
So it's sad, but let's just leave it at that.
Thank you, Jefferson. Paul, let's hear your view on the trip in general and any specific angle to that.
Doctor, this power of conditioning and every other thing. First of all, Mr. Jefferson, sometimes some use of word may be too harsh and every other thing. Might want to correct this. I know we do politics a little bit around it. They don't bring asylum seekers to prison. You understand? They probably get a camp and put them while they are doing things, whatever, not prison. You understand? And even though if we don't even have structures like that, like camp like that, if they want to bring asylum, that will also create jobs, which means we're going to get money, we're going to build places, we're going to create jobs and everything. The underlying issues about things like that is that sometimes maybe some of our loved ones who are in the UK probably will not want to come back home, because if they are bringing Nigerians back, they probably will not stay at that camp for so long before they'll release them and go back home. But if they bring foreigners back to Nigeria, like what Rwanda tried to negotiate and the likes, then that creates jobs, which means we're going to make money. People going to work there. People going to do stuff like that. The Homeland Security, whatever, Hajj, they bought a place in Arizona here, $70 million a warehouse. It's going to create jobs. It's going to create things. It may not be good, but it's going to create jobs. That is one. Then sometimes when we talk these things, you went and negotiate, we don't get good deals. When I see like places arise where Rufai says, I still disagree. Everybody know I don't really like Tinubu to some extent. Doctor, with Mercedes-Benz, they have a warehouse here. They have a factory where they produce cars. Kia, they have it. Honda, they have it and everything. So how many investment Nigeria also brought to UK? where we can also get foreign exchange to bring back home. Since we really need this foreign exchange heavily, how many investment Nigeria also negotiate, like we see the likes of Tony Elumelu, Zenith Bank, and everything. Zenith Bank tried to put one branch in Manchester. They only have one branch in London and everything. These are the things. You understand? We are just being dozer. It's our fault. We can't be blaming people when we are not arranging our house very well. They talk about the loan to come do the renovate the port and everything. Most of the port that they even want to renovate, some people don't really know. We have federal port, we have Lagos port. The Lagos port is even owned by Atiku, is what we call Eco Support. After Wharf, after BAT 19, and the likes, the Lagos port continue and everything. Fantastic. Where can take heavy duty ship that can carry heavy duty cargoes and everything, big tons and the likes. That port is still even working very well. But we are talking all the way from, say, from Kirikiri Lighter Terminal to Tinkan, all the way to Joseph Dam Port. Then we start from the wharf, all the way from BAT 1 to BAT 19, and all the old shade, the cocoa shade and the likes. These things are not really working very well. I still visit the port almost like 2 years ago when I went to Nigeria. So they want to work on the key apron because so many of the key apron is so bad. You know, the way the key apron will stay when ship come, they put all those big tires, you understand, and everything. Some of those tires, they're all falling out. Everything is not really working very well. Then some dredgers and everything. Maybe you go get some big dredgers very cheap for places like South Africa to dredge when you bring some ship from Germany, Baco liners, and they like, we call them express ship. I don't know, Doctor, if you could remember the year where port congestion, the port is full, ship can't pass. Some of us who live in Lagos, when you stay places like CMS, when you go far, you look from Babish and the likes, you see so many ship. They are what they call outside bar, waiting to enter because there's congestion. This ship stays for days and it's not good. It costs money. It makes big vessels don't want to come to Nigeria and everything because many of these things are not so deep and the like. So the German ship called Baco liner, express ship, it can bat in the midstream. Then they open the ship, bring out all these cargoes and everything. Then they put it in cargo barge, then take it to the key apron, the ashores and the likes. They move stuff like that all the way to Kogi. They move barge like that all the way from Tinkan to Badagry and everything. So if they try to dredge, they do all those things. It worked very well. But the pain of this complaint of, oh, why not places like Delta State? Why not places like Calabar? Why not places like River State? Delta State, we have Warri Seaport. We even have Saple Port and the likes. That's the Cocoa Port and the likes. We also have Port Harcourt also have two ports, the One Port and the Port Harcourt and the likes and everything. So these are, but guess what? All these ports that we're talking about, they are all federal ports. We have Rotimi Amechi for 8 years, who is the Minister of Transport. We have Jonathan, who is from Bayelsa State for 6 years. What did he do? We keep failing ourselves. That's just the last thing that is on his own managing to work. That's why government is just micromanaging. Say, oh, the last one we could manage. They don't want to put money, but they want to get money back. So they understand that if they go back to places like Saple, Warri, it may cost more. So they try to manage the cheap one. That amount of money with what they want to do is not anywhere close to what they can put back into that pot. It's not anywhere close. So it's just still more like a cosmetic approach and the likes, you know. But the funny thing, we have rich men. Are you telling me Dangote cannot invest 700 and something pounds to just even go invest in places like, say, Delta State, where he's taking crude from Delta to places like Lagos for his refinery? And but we don't think like that and everything. We see investment to ourselves like favor. I want to help these people, they are controlling me. No, when we want to help, we feel we want to control the people. That's the thing. So if British can even put their money there and make small investment from it, I don't see it like it's so bad, like so many people is saying it. That money is not anywhere. Are you telling me UBA can put that kind of structure there and make profit from it? Are you telling me Zenith Bank can put those kind of structure there and make money from it? For we to go to UK to go get that kind of money, it's just a slap on our face. We are not ready. We are not ready. That's just it. So blaming every other people and not blame ourselves. I don't see it like anything. We see the multinationals in Nigeria, when they make this money, they take the money back to their country. How many investments are we also putting in other countries? When anywhere we go, we feel, oh, they are using us. Oh, they are using us. Okay, go put investment here than waiting for IFI to send money so that government will be looking for foreign exchange, waiting for forefather to send money. What about government putting help companies in Nigeria to also be what they call multinationals? Like we have the multinationals in Nigeria. Go put investment there. Go see what Kia is doing in Georgia. You know, the biggest thing that can happen for a very long time after you have places, things like Delta Airline and CNN and what's the other company? Kia is doing massively. They have over 5,000 workers working in Kia factories over there and everything. We can put investment there. We can support the so-called, this guy, the Anambra State. We can support him with money and say, okay, let us also go, maybe go invest in Ghana, this car thing in Ghana. Maybe since Nigeria, their placenta and everything, their DNA is in Mercedes-Benz and Toyota. Maybe if we take this, our Nigerian vehicle, and put it somewhere in another country, people might like it. But we'll be also enjoying foreign exchange return back on investment. We don't do that. But all we do, we blame people. Doctor, and this thing is affecting us. That's why you see Nigeria play ball today. They'll go look for my children that can't compete in US to come represent Nigeria. You understand? Look for all of us children abroad. We just bring all of them together. Go play basketball, go play football. We cannot continue like that. That's my take on that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Paul. Before we go to forefathers, maybe when we discuss the issue in Iran and oil and everything, price of petrol, we can link it, what you're just saying, to the stories I read about Dangote refineries. I could see what people are writing, like Pansat, writing on the comment section. The story is that Ghana, South Africa, and all the other countries.
Doctor, sorry, I still have more time. Then you remember many years where they do big celebration that they find oil in Lagos, crude oil in Lagos. Since Dangote have a refinery in Lagos, how come they start exploring and put more investment on start taking the crude in Lagos than coming all the way to America to buy some nasty crude oil that is not so as nice like we have one of the finest crude in Nigeria? What about that? Let us start taking the crude from Lagos. We already have the biggest refinery in Africa, in Lagos, than struggle to go get all the way from US and makes these things expensive. If we are taking our crude in Lagos that nobody have already paid for ahead and everything, a great job. And it also helped the people of Niger Delta too. Thank you.
Okay, time is up. Forefathers, Eunice.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, about the visit, it turns out that the port that they are looking to work on is the work that is going to be done is by Chagori own company, which we know is associated with the president. And then there is also the funny memory of ports and the British in Nigeria. Funny how we like to indulge in the same old narratives that never seem to shake our tragic past. And then that's the only thing that they could invest in Nigeria that Nigeria needs right now, another port investment. So I find that very, very interesting. And it looks like it's just a form of way of, making money for his friends. And then the steel company, that's the steel that are going to bring from the UK, it will basically keep this UK steel company afloat. Because the UK government had to save the steel company just a couple of years ago, because the company almost failed, because they feared that if they don't have steel, they won't be able to manufacture in case they have to go to wars, things like that. Imagine how they behave. They are willing to protect their own assets because they know these things are strategically important. And now Nigeria has gone to buy the steel from them, which means the steel is more expensive than normal steel, by the way. And this is why it's very hard to keep afloat. You could have gotten cheaper steel from China, but of course, they said they're going to fund it. So it's not like it's free. They're going to give you loan to buy the steel from them, and you buy more expensive steel and they come and install it for you. So I don't see that as a good deal. And everything we do, like I said, it's not only Tinubu, it's all of us. Every single time we place ourselves in front of other group of people that are not black people, we put ourselves as a disadvantageous position by and large. Maybe 20% doesn't. but most of us do. Most of us, if you go to Nigeria on the ground now, you'll be surprised how many people see the UK as the motherland. They see Christ as the savior and the white man. And the Arabs have the language of angels. And the way we interact with them, every single time we put ourselves at a disadvantage. And it informs the way we do everything. Because if you look at how Tinubu was talking to him, it's like he cannot ask for anything more. It's like just him there is enough. That's all he needs. And Nigerians are pathetic. When I look at them, can you believe that if I'm talking to Kestam, I'll have more confidence than that? Because I'm in the UK and I know them. So why is he, and he's been in the West, why is he so timid? I don't understand it. They are so timid, and you can see that they can't do anything. When I compared his visit to that of the Modi of look at the way he's talking to him now. You know, he can't say anything. It's like, oh, we are going to try to get something going, and that's it. That's it. When Modi came, if I compare what Tinubu accomplished versus what Modi of India accomplished, let me just say, just one trade deal alone, we got a loan for almost $1 billion. But one trade deal alone that Modi did in 2025 is $120 billion. $120 billion, just one. Then look at technology exchange. They said in terms of technology, strategic tech, joint R&D in AI, 6G internet, not 5G internet, 6G internet, the next generation one, semiconductors, which is microchips, quantum computing. That's what Modi came for. Then, if you look at the defense industry, co-developing jet engines and maritime propulsion system. In other words, their jet fighters, they are going to be manufacturing their engines in India. That's what they are looking to do. So if you look at the scale and the ambition of both sides, this is what I have a problem with our people and our leaders. They lack ambition. I don't understand. Sometimes I wonder why I'm even born amongst these crazy people. Idiots of human beings. I've never seen anything like this. They go there and they can't even relate. I don't blame the British. I don't blame Americans. I don't blame anybody that treats us like trash, because that's what we are. We're actually trash people. We have no ambition. We lack any innovation. It's like, what is this with us? What is this? I see it everywhere we go. We pretend as if we're shaking our twinkling everywhere we go, but in reality, inferiority complex swims in all of us. Because I watch our reporters on this in TVC and channels and all of them. If you see the way they are looking at Tinubu, they're like, oh, how cool is it? Look at all of them in Buckingham Palace and all that. It's like, this is silly. What is he bringing back for you? Nothing. He brought back zero. That Shaguri now, most of the money they make, they go and use it to fund their assets in the West, their lifestyle in the West. They basically use Nigeria to generate income, and they use it to fund their lifestyle in the West. There's something seriously off about us, and we really need to start re-examining ourselves, because this nonsense that we do is so pathetic. And many of us in our country, we are very, very happy to destroy our nations and our lands just because of them. Again, we welcome them. How many of us were welcoming Trump to come and destroy Nigeria the other day? How many of us do we even know what we are doing? We are just a lost bunch of people that can't think straight. It's exhausting to watch. Enough.
Thank you for this. Let's see if he will beat this one.
I don't have anything to say much, Papu. I think everybody, has said it all. I don't understand the importance of this visit. I hate to use this word slave, but that's what it is. We are still slaves to our masters. If not, tell me the outcome of this visit, where your country is burning, but you are busy visiting them. Look at how they treated us. Just I didn't see anything special there. And that's exactly the same thing the wife did when Trump, hailed her. She said, who am I that the president was able to, just because the president is black. How are you going to invest in a country where there is no security? You can't even move around. People are reading and seeing everything that is happening in our country called Nigeria. Me and you, who are even the citizens, if they ask any of us to go and invest in Nigeria, prior to this administration, people used to, think about going home to Nigeria to go and invest. Nobody's talking about that now, because everybody is talking about insecurity all over the countries, not only in the north, even in the southeast. People cannot go to their farm. So I don't even. Sometimes I wonder what is going on in the country. And again, like I said, I consistently see these people hailing Tinubu, calling for his second term. Tinubu is not the problem. We are the problem. If we say there will not be second tenor, there will be not be second tenor for Tinubu. But people are, buying our Shebi, I don't even know who is contesting, whether it's the Tinubu himself or his son. So, I don't know. If I tell you I understand it, I'm very shocked and surprised that almost half of the people in his cabinet went to this thing to go just to say hi to the King's family and say hi to their minister. For what? We don't have sense. Our leaders, we are clueless. On a second note, I said, okay, maybe if they don't go, of course, they will not allow them to come and use them. So they have to go and pay them homage and tell them thank you because of the money they are stealing from Nigeria and investing it in UK. And then when they buy, they will bring their body back to Nigeria. So sometimes, do we even have a country? I don't think so. Do we even have a president? No. Which one? The one that is alive or the one that is dead? You can see that Tinubu can barely move around. The man is not, he is not healthy, but he still wants to remain in power. This is the last 3 years of Tinubu. We've seen it all. We know what the next 4 years is going to be like. It's going to be worse than these 3 years. Because I've never seen our country make a progress, even since we got our independence in 1999. So imagine Tinubu leaving power, and whoever that comes in next will say, oh, we miss Tinubu administration, just like we are talking about Buhari now. Imagine us saying that, oh, we missed Buhari. Buhari will be smiling in his grave. Eh? I don't have anything to say, Papu Doka. Honestly, if I tell you I'm not heartbroken, it's that every day you wake up thinking, okay, we are making a progress. Boom. It's just like Nigeria has been sold to our foreigners, our slaves. I don't call them foreign. Our slave, our fathers. We are their slaves because of our skin color, not because we are not smart. We are smarter than these people. Everywhere you see Nigerians outside Nigeria, they are doing well. They are doing extraordinary work. Even forget about this America. Go to Europe. They are doing so well, except in Nigeria. What do we have in America that we don't have in Nigeria? The only difference is just the leadership. If we can get the leadership right in Nigeria, most of us will pack our bag and move back. There is nothing here that we cannot afford in that country called Nigeria. But it's just that we are greedy. I would say our leaders, not we. The leaders are greedy. Everybody's stealing and stealing and stealing and stealing. Just for their generation, 10 generations to come. You can imagine Abacha's family. They are still receiving wealth. The money stolen by Abacha.
All right. Thank you so much, Ify. Before we go to Sully, let me just point out that a lot of people, it's a generational issue. There's this, I think it's a cartoon or somebody drew this, was indicating that the way they projected what happened was that this is the first time that Nigeria was accorded a state visit, Nigeria's president in 37 years. So whoever did this was kind of implying that people like Obasanjo, who didn't get a chance to have a state visit, must be jealous of what was accorded to Bola Tinubu.
If it's not slavery, what it is, Papu Doka?
Well, yeah, I'm just saying this because the next person we are going to hear from is Sully, who I believe is from a different generation, most of us here. And I don't know how the younger ones, because it's a big deal for these people. That was why they all moved to UK, because they thought that going to the palace and being there and hanging out with them, it was something remarkable. But I don't think younger people have this kind of reverence for the king or whatever UK has to offer. Solly, take it from any angle.
Some of them still have the reverence, but by the time white people show them shaggy, you know, they always crawl back into their little cellar. Some of them still used to stay in denial, you know, but we see that the shaggy that has been dealt with them, they cannot mentally recover from it. You know, when you ask the average Nigerian to close their eye and imagine an angel, I ask them, what is the skin color of the angel? They say it's white. They bastardized our brain. Oh my God. So you cannot close your eyes and see a black angel coming to save you. So UK coming to come and deport criminals to Nigeria. You know, I was surprised that they didn't break through since, you know. So they finally broken through. You people will learn. People are complaining about the first term of Tinubu. I said, this guy has not even done second term yet, and you guys are complaining. This is nothing. You pray for first term. We that we've experienced Tinubu first term and second term. We know what is waiting for you. You will learn. Oh God, Nigerians will literally not be able to survive the second term. You see, they are very soft now. All those priding yourself in that you can chest suffering. Oh God, you can't chest this suffering. It's like when Superman feels like he's the strongest person on earth, and you now bring kryptonite to him. Even somebody that cannot walk can beat him. You know, so you may not survive to 2031. All these northerners that were saying, oh, we are the one that decide the leaders, probably their population will even half. By the time we reach 2031, we may not even know what our children may not know what a Fulani tribe is. Our children, my own generation's children, may never know what Fulani, Hausa, may never know what Hausa is, because Fulani has conquered them psychologically, physically, religiously, everything, democratically, everything. They finished them. You know, they are trying to save themselves now, but it's too late. It's too late. And US is not going to help you. You know, once US people landed on the ground, I said Tinubu has won this election. You know, at first I thought he came to come and save us, but you know, that's what happens when you speak to too many Nigerians. But when I came back to reality, you know, I live in Dubai, and I remember who I live with and how these people actually behave. They don't give free bread. So as that Bob landed in Sokoto, I said the West has conquered the North. Finish. That's a warning sign, you know, because that's the head of all that's the place that the Northern president is decided. Finished. When I told people that Yoruba politicians, they are very quiet, but they are more wicked than these Northerners. They won't argue with you, they won't fight you, they won't challenge you. If you think you are going to go there and you are expecting nothing to happen to you, you are a clown. The average local government chairman in Lagos can take over any state in Nigeria, any state. That's how strategic they are, and they are not even that good. That's how terrible the other politicians are. By the time Peter Obi disappoints you in 2027, all of you now come and start acting surprised. Oh, we didn't know. Obi said sure is not going to get the ADC ticket. We've been saying it since ADC was formed. You know, but Nigerians don't really want change. They just want things to go back to the old way when they could enjoy the system. They say, oh, Nigerians are suffering. Nigerians cannot afford to do anything. So Nigerians have been poor for decades, but you just didn't care because it wasn't affecting you. Now that it looks like it's going to affect you, suddenly you now know that Nigerians are suffering. So Tinubu is going to win the 2027 election. He's going to unite. You know the good thing about Tinubu, He's going to unite Nigerians, regardless of tribe and regardless of tribe and religion. You see, when your foolish thoughts of tribalism start coming in and your stomach start doing, you will forget what tribe you are from. You will forget your religion. In fact, you will stop praying because you start realizing that your prayers are not even working. You know, so it's going to force you to use your brain for the first time in your life. And when we get to 2031, we in AAC and MOP We will be waiting for you as usual. After you finish backstabbing us like that woman, you will now come and beg us as usual that we should accept you. And all those people saying that Sowore is fighting Peter Obi. Sowore has invited Peter Obi to come to AAC. So why is Peter Obi still staying with his gang of criminality? Sowore has opened the door for him. So why is Peter Obi choosing to stay with criminals than to come to the light, right? If it really means well for Nigerians. Okay, let's not fight Obi anymore now. If you come to AAC, why is he not coming? That tells you who he really is. And once it disappoints you in 2027, my wish is that we should not allow you people to enter AAC. But you know, thankfully we have a kind man like Sowore, and people keep asking, is it the only holy one? Is it the only holy one? We all know, we like to pretend we don't know how Nigeria is. You go and help somebody, the person backstabs you. How many times has that happened to Sowore? And you expect him to trust Nigerians? Will you give your money to Nigerians? Will you take your money and give it to Nigeria to help you transport it? But you always complaining. We will meet you in 2031 after you have been flogged, beaten, caned, and you are now coming. We bring you back like repentant Boko Haram. We try to rehabilitate you. Since you don't want to hear words now, you know, you want to put bandage on hands that has cut off. That's how you want to solve Nigeria's problem. Don't worry, we will welcome you. You will be forgiven, unfortunately. You know, but what pains me is that because of your hard-headedness, you have to drag all of us down with you. You have to make all of us go through the pain with you because you don't want to do the right thing. That's what pains me the most. So we need to 31.
Thank you, Sully, for that. Let me say there's something you said that I want to connect to what we are discussing, which is I've had people talk about what the second term of Bola Tinubu will look like, and they point at what the governor of Anambra State is doing now. They said that look at Soludo, you know, what he was careful before the election, and immediately he won the second term, he came out in full and pushed for certain things that are not popular. That Tinubu is most likely going to do that. So that's something to bear in mind as we move on to towards the next election. At this point, I will ask people who are watching to please like, share the stream, and that will help us. And also, if you can support us, you can donate to support us. Before you speak, let me just remind people that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we are going to have Tony Nadi join us. Most of you know him. He's been one of those people pushing for a different, an alternative to this election coming up. And he will talk about whether we should renegotiate Nigeria, reform or break up, or a new union before 2027. He's really passionate about this, and we want to challenge him on the possibility. He's been talking about this for more than, as far as I know, more than 10 years. So we're going to have him as a guest tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa. If you can join us at 1:30 New York time, 6:30 Nigeria, we are going to welcome him. All right, Ovie, you are next.
Sule, if I see you for heaven, I will complain. I'll complain. We are on our royal treatment, are we?
Yes, we're talking about all the ramifications of that visit, what they brought back to Nigeria. Any way you want to take it, you have 5 minutes.
I think people with a verse, right, are people who have the illusion of freedom. You know, they believe Nigerians are free people. When people like us go, they talk there and say, come, this is how this power moves, they call us conspiracy theory. So for people like me who know that you negotiate for free, it's nothing like negotiating for your freedom. That's what our forefathers did, and negotiated for it. So, and from that moment when I realized that, I know that we are not free people. So if the British monarch is interested in his colony, all of a sudden, he's trying to upgrade what matters to him most, which is the seaport, Abi, Apapa Wharf and all that. I welcome it. At least they are not doing it for us; they are doing it for themselves. And I'm saying that because they just want to digitalize it to make easy movement and all that kind of a thing. And I'm not that hopeful that it's going to benefit all way more because of the ratio, the power ratio in terms of the deal between us and them, and the fact that the people at the aim of affair are so much compromised. So they are coming to digitalize the seaports. I mean, I think it should be a welcome development. They don't get choice, by the way, because now because people see the world from yesterday lens. The way we do things, the way we live our life is going to change 100% within the next 5 years. So what you are seeing is the men who are in charge, where their assets they are doing everything either to protect it or they are going to lose it. So the excitement about digitalizing the seaport, yes, is a good thing. But in an information age whereby it's no longer oil, the new oil is data. And seaports is one of the most important assets any country can have, because anything that goes in and out of your country goes through there. And when British are interested in digitalizing it, that means they are interested in the data of what goes in and out of your country. I think that should be what we should be more concerned about. Because anything that there's nothing you feel do, either you dey produce or you dey export or you want smuggling things, we are negotiating for a nuclear weapon with one other country that you know, like one smuggling and all. It's not going to happen easily because Big Brother is watching, according to the brave new 1984. So that's exactly my concern there. It's a good thing that they want to digitalize this, so scale it to the modern times and whatever, but means that all our data are gone. Then that of the asylum negotiator, I think people they misunderstand that too. But again, I have a concern there because the story they are telling us is that is the people who are seeking asylum in Britain who don't have documents. That means even they don't even have their Nigerian passport anymore, right? Yes, I can believe there's a possibility of one or two people like that. But on a larger scale, that means you are going to see every other, nationality. They will just put them inside that pool in the name of it, they no get passports. So we are going to see all sorts of other nationalities, especially that they speak English, right? Or that they speak Hausa. Not only us they speak Hausa for Nigeria. That's why it's the second largest speaking language in Africa. Or that they speak Yoruba. So yeah, as far you are black, so they'll put you in Shuki. I mean, I could be wrong, right? Because I think they are trying to not make the same mistake, as far as I'm concerned, the Trump administration made, where they announced boldly say Nigeria must accept deport. And our people say no. And for that reason, I think we are paying for it. So I think the British people sat down and said, I think if we are trying to do it, we might not succeed. So let's just put the appreciate. I could be wrong, but I think that's what they are saying, because I can't believe that all the Nigerians will go seek asylum, all of them will get paid and will get their passport again. That's not going to happen. So there are so many angles that I'm looking at the trip for. Actually, the display, whatever. I mean, this is a good thing, but I look at it from the lens of a colony. We are not free people. We never fight for our freedom. Until we fight for our freedom, then I'll begin to see things differently. But as it is now, we don't push the strings, especially when it comes to geopolitics and all that. So the display that we are seeing is also to say it all to some other leaders of Africa who are still, either trying not to go that route. So there's so many angles to see it. As far as I'm concerned, it's their colony. They're free to do whatever the fuck they want with it.
All right.
If we want it, we do something about it.
Thank you, Ovie. We have just 2 more minutes to end this topic. Before I call KJ, let me show you this. This is one of the issues that people had during the visit. The governor of Lagos State was there to welcome Tinubu for their state visit. People were questioning why is it necessary for the governor of Lagos State to go to London to welcome Tinubu, who also left Nigeria. So to the UK for that visit.
Monkeys are allowed in London now. That's why, it's a privilege. How can you miss such a great occasion to show that you are amongst angels? This is the Mumu thinking now. Our people are pathetic. Let's face it. We are pathetic people.
All right, KJ, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. In fact, you are really damaging the whole thing here. And we appreciate your contribution to national development. Your contributions will be written, it will not be erased from the sand of history. Your push will be totally marked out as one that brought into focus the reality that we are facing, the reality of Iberiberism. Iberiberism. I'm sorry for those of you who don't understand Igbo.
Iberiberism.
You can go look it up.
Grammar.
Made popular by Rochas Okorocha. Now,
is it made popular or is originally to him?
No, it's not originally from him. It's always been the Igbos have always used it, but he made it popular. He brought it to national light.
Okay.
Yes, having said that, I've listened to people, and I want to appeal to forefathers. You see, none of us sitting on this place contributed to the way Nigeria is. So when they are talking to us, please calm down, be gentle, because we didn't. I, for one, have done my best in contributing. And when I got tired and I found that my life was going to be in danger, God helped me to be where I am today, and I'm talking from here. There's nothing anybody can do about it. That's the way it is. That's the way Nigeria become. So you either
men die for their country. They don't.
No, I won't. I have said it many times. I'm not going to die for Nigeria. I didn't say it. If you remember the first time I appeared in Dr. Damage's show, I said I will never, and I can't advise my child or any of my friends, because you die for nothing. That's what Fela sang. Fela sang many years when we were in primary school. We thought he was joking, but today we have seen that if you die for Nigeria, you die for nothing, absolutely nothing. In fact, let me even shock you the more. Your children don't have a future in Nigeria. Your children, my children may not have a future if Nigeria continues the way it is, because everything has been sold. Even the Gulf War going on now, is there any new fresh oil being extracted from your ground that you can sell at the price in which it is going on now? Is there any? Because everything has been concession, sold even from the ground. You sell it, just like when you go to do business with people who farm cassava. You go to cassava farm, you buy the cassava from the, you go harvest it. So they don't even know. They just count the heaps and sell to you. You can get the number of heaps. You can get double that. All that. That's what we have done. Anyway, I don't want to go there. Let me deal with the London issue. First and foremost, is there any of you who have ever gone to any dinner or lunch in America and you didn't pay for it? If it's not a Nigerian giving it, or Igbo man invite you, say, come for lunch. You go chop. You chop finish, you come out. Then thank you, shake your hand. You no pay. Is there anybody? If you have anybody, maybe one or two, and those who must be very good friends of yours. I have very good friends yesterday. I was in a dinner with them. I even took my mother-in-law there, only for us to get there. Before I left, the spirit of Lord told me that carry your ATM because this thing like you go pay. Okay, and that's exactly what happened. They just got there and say, make the bill differently, we are just two, this other two, this other two, he said, yeah, I hope so. Okay. Yeah, I said, yeah, two, we are four, just make it four. So why am I saying that? The dinner or the whole visit is going to be footed by Nigeria. Every of those horses you saw, every of those carriages that they shine and brought outside, Una go pay. Now, if you want to really go back a little bit, let's rewind back a little bit. The place your presidential jet was parked at is where? Ato Eze's hangar. Ato Eze hangar. It's not the British where you park the British Airways that it was parked. No, it was footed by a Nigerian, Ato Eze. That's one. Two, he was in a hotel. Who paid for it? Now, go pay. Nothing they free. So if you look at that now, the money that people are coming, that are rejoicing in Nigeria, they're going to get, how much is it? Let us go back a little, just like, some people have already said here. Yeah, Ovia said that. In fact, even Paul, the seaport they're going to repair, it's not the same seaport that we concession to Chagoris. You know the one who just concession some weeks ago to him for 45 years. So you are borrowing money on our national card to repair the seaport you already concession to somebody else. What are we doing here? And nobody say anything. And when you want to talk, they say opposition. If it's P2B, that's why we all get up and begin to bash him. Nobody's looking at these things and analyzing it. Okay, P2B is not your business. P2B is a private citizen. Whether he's running his politics or not, good or not or bad, that's not it's nothing. Look for a better candidate. If he's not doing it well, leave him alone. I'm not a P2B fan, but I will not castigate him because he is in this mainstream. He knows much better than I can be able to analyze from my own point of view because he is in the mix. He's in the mix. Okay, having said that, now nothing also. Going back, yes, the reason why the British government, read my lip, is using Nigeria as because they are failing. The government is failing financially. Donald Trump has busted all their avenues of trying to make some money. If you don't know it now. So they have to look for idiots like us who will now come and give them the next money to use to run their government. Let me tell you, if what is going on in this current war actually succeeds, then most of our resources is going to be cut short because Lloyds will no longer be the one giving people the license to insurance license to ship. That is a big loss, a very big loss. Let us look at it properly. You think they're inviting you because you're who? And then we just like, Fofana said, our colonial mentality that we are going to say to, who are you for crying out loud? Okay, who are you? Because we have sold our national pride. That is why we forget there was someone called Mansa Musa in Africa. Because we have sold our national pride. That's why we forgot that the kings, great kings like Ojejo Fopobo, who were, when they step into the mix, people fear and revere them. And so we sit before a frail-looking man, and then we can't even speak. Go back and look at even Obasanjo as a president of Nigeria, as a head of state. Go and look at what Obasanjo did. When he walked the streets of London, they know that a king. When he walked the streets of America with Jimmy Carter, they know that a leader is here. Look, there's no gainsaying that you stand before your equals and you're behaving sheepishly. It's before we used to think is being humble. There's no humility in international relations, especially when you're standing on behalf of 230 million people. You carry them on. You carry your shoulders high. You stand straight. You don't walk looking down. This is a simple psychology that you are taught on how to carry. It's called courage. Okay? You carry yourself knowing that you have carried people. Look, let us. I have so many points. I don't want to run away from. Look, I want to ask us another question. I hope I still have. Look at that man. Look at. Is there any way you will look at him and tell him nonsense to his face? Just look at that man.
To be true, I was disappointed where I know see Asha okay. I expected him to wear Asha okay. I was disappointed.
No, it's not even that. It's what you carry. It's the mentality. You can wear what you have and still put a show. It's the mentality. Okay, now tell me, any of us who think, is there any country in the world that have taken that number of officials to another country at a go? Is there any? Can you mention any country in the world that have taken 120 officials, minus their assistants, minus the people who are going to be, secretaries and all that, to another country, and for what purpose? And then you come back and Nigerians are praising. In fact, they won't even let us hear. And people keep saying it's the first time in history. It's not the first time in history. It's just the first time in 37 years. And even like that, what do we get to show for it? We must come off this high horse of thinking that Britain cares about Nigeria. They care not about you. They don't care about you. They don't give a damn. They are looking for how to save their own nation, and they are using those who are willing to be able to stand out and give them that. Now, having said that, I'll finally end here. So what is the purpose of Mr. Akpabio there? What was the purpose of the governors there? What was the purpose of the Now, is there any other country where when you are leaving, when you want to leave. Donald Trump, the most powerful man in the world, when he's going to take his Air Force One, he walks there all by himself. The only people standing by that place are pressmen who are looking for opportunity to chip in 1 or 2 wars. When he's coming back, is there anybody who follows him to come back? Even though when he's on the air, he has 3 of their F-16s following him. When he lands, do those people come and stand to salute him for this thing? We must wake up from this stupidity. Look, so much money is being wasted. Do you know how many private jets that were in London just because of this visit that came from Nigeria? Every one of them will pay for parking space. You know, they will pay for it. Every one of them will refuel in that country. Every one of them will have to get a hotel for their staff. Every one of them will have to pay again for landing and takeoff. What is wrong with a black man? What is wrong with our head? What is wrong with our head? How many of you have seen the person who will be our color carry 150,000 gold chain for neck, the worker for street? How many? How many? How many of them have worn the big wristwatches, the designers, what would they wear? Put for hand, $250,000 or $250,000 for hand. They work out up and down. When they do that, if you check their account, their forefathers and their fathers have been billionaires, and they're living on top of a lot of money. So much so that those things, some of them are even something that was bequeathed to them. Gentlemen, we need to wake up. If we are serious, we are going to build a nation. But the way it is, ain't going nowhere, man. I'm telling you the truth. Our children are sold. We are sold. And the only place this is my last one. The only place I refuse to agree with you is this. Me, Rudolph, and all the people around our age, nobody we support Nigeria. The way we take the shout, that's we take the shout. We shout for our time, say they call us bad people. We shout, say they say, hey, look at them. That is why they are studying journalism. That is why they are studying theater arts, to come and be criticizing us. Don't even invite them to our occasions. We shout, we cry, we beg. They no hear us. Those people are still in power. Those who took over independence, they are still there. So it is not us. It's not us. You know, because I gave your words some thought yesterday night, and I said if I see you, I'll tell you. We didn't do it. We did our best, just like you're doing your best now, and calling out the people. Look at this, look at this, look at this. We did the same thing. They no hear us, and they no hear us. They say we'll be bad people. We are the sheep, the black sheep in the cage, and so we kept quiet because what can we do? They won't give you authority, so you don't get money. They will put in a position so you don't get rich, so you cannot even buy their local government chairman form because they know that you will be a spoiler in the business. If you doubt me, go and ask a minister called Chikelu. How many times did he do in Obasanjo's regime? 1 term, and he will not play their game, and they put him out. And there are many other examples, but I won't go there. Thank you so much. I've already taken more time. Thank you, sir.
Please, can you give me 1 minute?
JJ, you said what is wrong with Nigeria? You caused it because you criticize Nigerians leaders not to smoke Igbo, and we get good Igbo. If they smoke that one, they could do well. And you criticize them. So it's your fault.
All right, I'll give a comparable facts. 1 minute. We're out of time.
I'm the one that asked. Okay.
Okay.
For 1 minute.
Okay, I'll
let me just quickly use it to reply. My problem is that you don't let the youth fight the fight they want to fight. You must always, the older generation must always come and comment. And the comments, when you ask and when you put it on a layman's ground, who is the comment always favoring? It's always favoring the government. So in my own opinion, it's better for the older generation to just, when the youth are fighting for the country, just keep quiet. Because your comment never favors us. Your comment always ends up favoring the government. They can always weaponize your comments. So you are. It's like you and the government are working hand in hand, but you don't see it that way because you always want to just put yourself inside every situation, and it's always causing problem. It is never favoring us. It is always 98% of the time favoring the government. Even if you don't see anything, it's better. You know. You are so programmed to have your first defense as being, you want to say the right thing, you want to put the facts down. If they are working propaganda and we want to work propaganda against them, you've just ruined everything for us. You know, because you came here to come and prove the facts. But you know, these are the facts, these are the destiny. Nobody asked you. We don't care about the facts. Let us fight how we want to fight. You know, you are not their spokesperson. Nobody hired you as the justifier of the facts. The older generation always want to put the facts. If people want to go crazy and have a revolution based on what is not even true, let them. But then my next question is that, because I'm really suspicious about them accepting this, bringing criminals to Nigeria. If they bring criminals to Nigeria, are people like Ekwere Madu going to be brought back to Nigeria? Because that could have.
I thought say you don't go. If I see you for heaven,
I'm sorry, I'm trying not to respond to you, but you see, that's the reason for this. You see, this thing you see them going to do is because of a Madu. They need a Madu for the next election. So they are trying everything possible to extract him from England and bring him to Igbo land to come and help the gang of the city boys. That's the thing. And let me say this again. You see, the truth of the matter is that we are not stopping you people. And everybody know my stand here. If left to me, we would have a market for non-dismissings. We're not stopping you guys from doing whatever you want to do. Obi is not, there's no leader who will come on air and tell you, oh, go and do this on my behalf. But you guys mobilize by yourself. We mobilize on our own. If you want to know people who are in my set who mobilize, one of them is a barrister and a lawyer. He's a human rights lawyer. His name is Emo Gebe. I've been trying to get him to this program. Those are my set of people who fought the government. So we are not shy of fighting. We're not shy of fighting. But the truth is that when you have done it for so long and you have come of the age I am now, you want to say, you know what, let me take a back seat and then let the younger people do it. Whether you accept that or not, but that's the truth. You can't fight forever. That's the truth.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
None of you have taken back seats, and you don't want to take back seats. You are just like our politicians.
All right.
In fact, you all went to the same school. You all grew up together.
Sorry, now turn by turn. It is their turn next.
All right.
So they are fighting for their
1 minute.
1 minute. Yeah, KJ, what you just said, go and read it. It's the hypothesis is about, racial or mixture, hypothesis. That's what's wrong with African countries, African, the black nation. That's exactly what you said. But anyway, on the asylum part of what Tinubu just signed, I think it's a disservice to Nigeria. What am I saying about? It's not the criminal being deported or the overstayed visa. The asylum seekers, because right now they're going to expedite their removal without proper scrutiny. That's the failure of that part. Because when they say you have to go back, they have to go back. You can fight for second arbitration or whatever. But right now they have no more second right. They will just remove them immediately, which I think is a bad day. Maybe it's part of what Tinubu went there to do in order to get some money or seek an image, to remake his image. So that's the angle I'm looking at it. It's not really good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody. We are going to take a break. When we come back, we are going to talk about the war in Iran, how it impacts Africa, Nigeria, and everybody else. Because we're hearing that the country, United States, is mad at NATO and is spending $200 billion to continue this fight. But to end this conversation, let me play this video and then we'll be right back.
Statement coming out of the presidency about the state visit to the UK, you might not know that Cyril Ramaphosa, South Africa's president, was there in 2022. Because South Africa is the UK's most important trade partner in Africa. We're number 2, and that's why we're going next. We've been talking about 37 years for us, not for them. It's because the UK is losing relevance since they left the EU, and they're trying to shore up their strategic ties by romancing and romancing countries that are important to them, us included. Nigeria is important not just now. When we were a colony, we were their most lucrative colony in Africa. They took our cocoa, our tin, our groundnuts, our palm oil, in fact our rubber. When Nigerians were supposed to be planting yam and cassava to feed ourselves, we were forced to prioritize cash crops and rubber to support the war effort and the Britain's economy. We did not have famine like India, but we did have food shortages in Nigeria. The amount of food that people could eat was determined by a colonizer. We cannot keep acting as though they are still our king and queen, and I do think that inferiority complex is a sin. This might not be a crime, but it is a sin. When I listened to the First Lady get excited about Donald Trump knowing her name, I felt second-hand embarrassment because it's not mine to hold. I am proud. As a Nigerian, as an African, as a black woman, I am a proud person. And I did, it's worth it. Atobe. Yeah? we reach about 60% of ECOWAS's GDP. Nigeria, very important. Our population size, where we're located in West Africa, is very important. But when we look at this state visit and we look at the amount of governors, ministers, and aides that have followed the president, we must always think about the cost and the opportunity cost to Nigerians. When we look at the fact that our president is there in London, he has lights. I don't have lights. I'm sitting outside because I don't have lights because Gencos are in debt. According to them, 6 trillion naira worth of debt. So they shut off 16 out of 33 of our power plants. When we look at the fact that the money being spent on these trips can go elsewhere. When we look at the fact that the 176 people who were kidnapped in Kwara State in February are still in kidnappers' dens. The over 100 women and children who were kidnapped in Ngushe in Borno State are still in kidnappers' dens. When we look at the fact that in Borno, in Maiduguri, there was a coordinated suicide attack on Monday, and the National Security Advisor is currently having biscuits and tea in Windsor. We must consider the opportunity cost and what it says about us as a people. As a historian, this haunts me. It haunts me because they've benefited from us, they still benefit from us, and we do not enter rooms with pride as though we know who we are. I think most people in the world understand that the Great British Empire is now an island that's fighting for relevance after leaving the EU. But I don't think our leaders understand that.
told him, I said, Dan, if you don't mind, stay in the Situation Room and you watch all those attacks that we're hitting those guys with, and they don't know what's happening. Their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft is all gone, it's all gone, their radar is all gone, their leaders are all gone, the next set of leaders are all gone, and the next set of leaders are mostly gone, and now nobody wants to be a leader over there anymore. We're having a hard time. We want to talk to them, and there's nobody to talk to. We have nobody to talk to, and you know what? We like it that way.
We're the strongest nation in the world. We have the strongest military by far in the world. We don't need them. But it's interesting. I'm almost doing it in some cases, not because we need them, but because I want to find out how they react. Because I've been saying for years that if we ever did need them, they won't be there. Not all of them, but they won't be there. I was very surprised with the United Kingdom, because the United Kingdom, 2 weeks ago, I said, why don't you send some ships over? And he really didn't want to do it. I said, you don't want to do it. We've been with you. You're our oldest ally. And we spend a lot of money on, NATO and all of these things to protect you. I mean, we're protecting them. We're working with them on Ukraine. Ukraine's thousands of miles away, separated by a vast ocean. We don't have to do that, but we did it. Well, Biden did it. I mean, I have to be honest with you. Biden got taken to the cleaners. But we worked with them in Ukraine. We don't need to work with them in Ukraine. And then they tell us that we have a mine ship around, and they don't want to do it. I think it's terrible. No, I was very surprised. I told him, we requested 2 aircraft carriers, which they had, and he didn't really want to do it. And then right after the war essentially ended, meaning they were obliterated, he said, I would like to send the aircraft carriers. I said, I don't need them after the war has ended and won. I need it before the war.
Now, Director Gabbard, I'd like to reground this in your core responsibilities. Under the law, you are responsible for providing national intelligence to the President, correct?
Yes.
And to the heads of executive branch departments and agencies, yes?
Yes.
And to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and senior military commanders?
Across the IC, yes.
And to the Senate and the House and relevant committees, correct?
Yes.
And the law states that the national intelligence you provide to Congress, quote, should be timely, objective, and independent of political considerations, correct?
Yes.
And you noted in your opening statement you're here fulfilling a statutory responsibility and that your testimony, quote, represents the IC's assessment of threats,
That's right.
Correct? That opening statement, as submitted to the committee in advance of this hearing, stated that as a result of last summer's airstrikes, quote, Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated, end quote, correct?
That's right.
And is that in fact the assessment of the intelligence community?
Yes.
So the assessment of the intelligence community is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated by last summer's airstrikes?
Yes.
And the opening statement you submitted to the committee last night also stated, quote, there has been no effort since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability, end quote, correct?
That's right.
And that's the assessment of the intelligence community.
Yes.
The White House stated on March 1st of this year that this war was launched and was, quote, a military campaign to eliminate the imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime, end quote. That's a statement from the White House. Quote, the imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime. Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was an imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime?
The intelligence community assessed that Iran maintained the intention to rebuild and to continue to grow their nuclear enrichment capability.
Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime, yes or no?
Senator, the only person who can determine what is and is not an imminent threat is the President.
False. This is the worldwide threats hearing where you present to Congress national intelligence, timely, objective, and independent of political considerations. You've stated today that the intelligence community's assessment is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated and that, quote, there had been no efforts since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability. Was it the intelligence community's assessment that nevertheless, despite this obliteration, there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime? Yes or no?
It is not the intelligence community's responsibility to determine what is and is not an imminent threat.
Okay.
That is up to the
Here's
president
the problem.
based on a volume
No,
of
it is
information
precisely
that he receives.
It is precisely your responsibility to determine what constitutes a threat to the United States. This is the worldwide threats hearing, where, as you noted in your opening testimony, quote, you represent the IC's assessment of threats. You are here to represent the IC's assessment of threats. That's a quote from your own opening statement. And so my question is, as you're here to present the IC's assessment of threats, was it the assessment of the intelligence community that, as the White House claimed on March 1st, there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime? Yes or no?
Once again, Senator, the intelligence community has provided the inputs that make up this annual threat assessment.
You won't answer the question.
It is the nature of the imminent threat that the president has to make that determination based on a collection and volume
You're here
of
to be
information and
timely.
intelligence that he is provided with.
You're here to be timely, objective, and independent of political considerations.
Exactly what I'm doing.
No, you're evading a question because to provide a candid response to the committee would contradict a statement from the White House.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for staying and joining us today. We appreciate all of you. We're moving on to talk about the war in Iraq, what it means for us as Africans, as Nigerians, as people who live in America, for those who live here. The impact is everywhere. I mentioned at the beginning of the show that we have America here. We're asking the government to, the Congress to approve $200 billion for this war, on top of the money that has already been spent on the war. So let me go and let's have a conversation. Let me start with people that just joined us. If you are in the studio, you want me to bring you up, please turn on your camera. I will bring you up. Let me start with you, Mr. James. I know you are the first and you are in Africa, so let's start with you and then I will go to others.
Well, I'm not too interested in the contradictory statements Trump has been issuing, trying to cover his tracks. You know, that is his own problem. What really concerns me as an African is I think it was Jeffrey Chaucer, Canterbury Tales, who said that if gold rust, what will iron do? When Emperor Haile Selassie of Ethiopia in 1935 was attacked by the Italians in Ethiopia, he cried to the League of Nations and he made a statement that today it is my turn, but tomorrow it could be you. However, they were able to rescue him and he retained his sovereignty. Now today, the West is fighting Iran. Whose turn will it be tomorrow? Nobody knows. The Iranians prepared for this showdown. I think I was listening to one broadcast which said that they prepared for 20 or 21 years. They've been preparing for this showdown. And as I said earlier on, they fell back on education. They educated their children in the finest universities all over the world. When the Ayatollah returned from exile in 1979, they poured their children to universities in India, Australia, Canada, USA, you name it. Even Christiana Mampa happened to be one of them. At the end of the day, many of them refused to return. But the few that returned are those creating the wonders today. So this is one thing we should also learn from. Not the kind of wishy-washy universities we are maintaining in Nigeria today, deceiving ourselves that we are the most educated people in Africa, whereas we cannot manufacture an ordinary office pin. Look at the kind of ballistic missiles, varieties these people are using. I mean, the Iranians. They are so equipped that the West could not even fathom their level of preparedness. And how were they able to achieve this? This is a government who took care of the basic needs of their people: food, clothes, shelter, good health, education. So the people are ready to die for the government. Okay, now when the Ayatollah returned in 1979, the political system they removed from office, they understand that that system will not take them anywhere. So they fashioned a unique system. They did not copy from Australia or Jamaica or wherever it is. Among themselves, they assembled their brains, took their history, civilization, and everything into account, and they fashioned a system. And the system is so effective that, despite the fact that they submitted the entire ruling class, the system is even waxing stronger. People are struggling to take over, and there's no infighting among them. Look at the military. It's not the centralized type of military we are used to at Sandhurst, West Point, and you name it. This military is decentralized, and they work independent of each other in unison. They are independent of each other. Maybe the one taking care of that particular area has nothing to do with the other, but somehow they are working together in unison. So this is one thing we should learn from. The time has come for Africans to wake up from their slumber, because the world has changed. And someone made a remark some time ago that if it were, I think the Nigerian President or so, Air Force is already outdated. It will take maybe 3, 4, 5 years to train somebody to learn to fly F-16, B-52 bomber, just one person. This is what drones can do conveniently with just less than $10,000 US. The way drone can fly and commit the same havoc without loss of human life. So these are things we should take into account. We have enough, we have enough people to take care of these things. Earlier on, I made mention of Obafemi Awolowo. When he introduced his free education program, just like the Iranians did, they did not go to Jamaica or Finland or wherever it is to borrow ideas. They sat together at Ikene, work out the modalities. What are the problems of Nigerian school children? How can we educate our people to achieve greater heights? They came up with solutions, homegrown solutions, which they implemented with unqualified success. In the history of education in Africa, the only people who rivaled Awolowo is the apartheid era. During the apartheid era in South Africa, they have 2 educational systems. The Bantu Affairs Department was taking care of black education, while Ministry of Education was taking care of white education. That wing, taking care of white education, they accomplished unqualified success. They are the only people who rivaled Awolowo because they had a base from which they took off, but Awolowo had virtually no base. So this is a time for us to work out indigenous, I won't use the word indigenous, homegrown solutions to our problems. We just need to move forward. We are on the verge of being exterminated. If we continue like this, there's no hope for the black man. And one last thing, the black race need not wait for Nigeria to wake up. Any country can take the lead. Congo, South Africa, Malawi, any country at all can take the lead, and Nigeria will be compelled to follow, just as the Arab countries. It's a pity, I haven't got enough time. The Arab countries are foolish enough to think that the United States will defend them when they are being attacked by Iran. To the extent that the warships, the military bases, and what have you, are being paid for by the Arabs for the Americans to use their country as a base. Now, all the chips are down. Where do we stand? So it is up to them to work out modalities to take care of their interests in the future. And lastly, I wonder what the West will do if the United States is at war with China. If they are so afraid of Iran, they are so afraid to go to the Gulf of Hormuz to open it because of Iranian capability, what will they do if China, for example, invade Taiwan? What would they do if Russia declared all-out war on the United States? Would they also be bold enough? In fact, would they be bold enough to back the United States in such a terrible war? So these are things we should think about. Let me stop there so far. Because
All right.
I've been really disturbed since this war broke out. And who knows? Trump might just wake up one day and wipe out the whole of the black race and call us a useless bunch of the human race. Let's use their resources appropriately for the benefit of mankind. Who will blame him? I really don't know.
Thank you, Mr. James. All right, let's move on to Jide. Jide, welcome to the show. It's been a week since we last spoke on this issue. It's changing every day, and we're hearing about some people threatening to use nuclear weapon. We're hearing about some people saying that the war is winding down, and at the same time sending more soldiers down to the Middle East. So what is your take on how things have gone so far, and what is your prediction on where things are going?
Yeah, good to see you, Dr. Damages. Greetings to you, greetings to everyone, and thank you so much once again for organizing this show for everyone. Thank you. Yeah, greetings to everyone listening. Where am I going to start from? There's a lot going on. First of all, we are currently witnessing a game changer in the world. I've said this before. We're currently witnessing a game changer in the world in terms of the geopolitical structure of the world, of the global economy, in terms of how trade is being done, alliances and stuff like that. That said, I've mentioned on this show before that everything the US is doing and Israel and their Western allies, they're currently doing to Iran, it had been planned years before. It had been planned. Everything they are doing to Iran is exactly the same, is exactly in that playbook. The think tank documents, their foreign policy documents, documents that are written in the Brookings institutions by think tank departments, by the CIA. Everything they are doing right now is exactly what was planned. So it's not, first of all, I want to make a case that what is going on is not mysterious. What the US is doing right now is not mysterious. It has been planned. It was a matter of when will they do it? Because even if you look at the history of the United States, this is not the first time where they will negotiate with an adversary and still go and attack an adversary. The Native Americans, I don't know if anyone knows this history, but I'm going to say it for everyone to listen. Try a school of thoughts. The Native Americans, one of the ways in which they were genocided was when the settlers, the Europeans, came to this land, they negotiated with the Native, they will be negotiating with the Native American elders, the elites. And as that is going on, they are committing massacre on the Native American people. So this strategy is not even new. This is something that is historical to American society itself. What they started in Iran. Having said that, we need to understand that in this world, we are dealing with a very powerful and extremely powerful entity that chaos follows with it. Everywhere it goes, chaos follows it. That is the kind of entity we are dealing with today in this world. We've been dealing with this entity since after the Second World War. This entity, anywhere it goes in this world, anywhere, chaos follows it because it brings chaos. It was created by chaos. Having said that, the fight that Iran is fighting for the whole of humanity, the fight that Iran is fighting for the whole of humanity, for the whole of oppressed people, colonial entities are fighting against for their liberation. This fight, they are paying the ultimate sacrifice. What do I mean by that? They destroyed their oil and gas field, their energy sector. In fact, their desalting plants, they destroyed everything. They will keep destroying more. This entity, this oppressive, destructive, depraved, evil entity will keep destroying more of it. But you know what? They will not win. Because that was what happened in Vietnam. That was what happened in Afghanistan. They destroyed almost everything, but they still did not win. They did not win. Now, they are Gulf allies, and this is where Nigeria comes in. because everything going on right now is connected to Nigeria. The Gulf countries, the so-called allies, the boy of the imperialists, the boy, UAE, Saudi Arabia, right? Qatar, Jordan, Kuwait. Look at what's going on with those countries. Those countries are being attacked. And if care is not taken, there is a big chance for a revolution in those countries. And those countries may not even exist anymore as this war is going on potentially, if care is not taken. They are being attacked. They are so-called Oga, imperialists. Their Oga is currently not protecting them. They are vulnerable. Now, they have two options. Either they compromise with Iran, or they go and fight Iran and send troops. And once they do that, that is the end of these Gulf countries. Now, you see, what's going the genocide in Sudan? I don't know if I've talked about it, but I know Fafada's mentioned it, thanks to him. The genocide in Sudan was orchestrated by UAE. Now, UAE, the boy, you know, all these countries are boy. Saudi Arabia, UAE, those countries, they are now being attacked, right? UAE, because of the attack by Iran, as this war is going on, they are not able to continue to fund the genocide in Sudan as effectively as they are in the past. And now, the Sudanese army is making progress. The genocide has significantly reduced. So that this one is not tied to Africa is a lie. It's tied to Africa. In fact, a lot of the terrorist activities that are linked to UAE in the whole of Africa, it has reduced. It has reduced since this war started. And they've been attacking UAE. They've been attacking their American bases, intelligence assets, different things that Iran is attacking. This genocide in Africa has stopped. Now, the final thing I want to say is Iran is paying the ultimate price for the whole of humanity. For those that are listening, like I said, but they're dealing with the most powerful, superior army in the world. But you know what? Winning a war is not all about who is might is right. It's about will. It's about spirit of the people. And the spirit of the Iranian people will prevail. I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Jide. Tony, before I come to you, let me frame things that are going on. Israel said that they were told by America not to continue to attack oil infrastructure in Iran. And we know that Iran attacked a base, I think UK's base, where America is also operating. So there's this fear that it might expand. This war might expand. It might get to the point where the EU, where all these European countries will join America to fight. From Russia, we are hearing that they, of course, they're giving intelligence to Iran, and America confronted them, and they wanted America to stop giving intelligence to Ukraine. Then they will stop giving to Iran. So gradually, we're seeing all these things happening, and there's potential, and this is how wars expand. Potential for this to escalate. Maybe by next week, we won't be talking about something limited to the Middle East, maybe something wider. Anyway, go from there. Anything you want to, any direction you want to take it.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Greetings, everyone. Greetings, those on the comment section. Yes, the prologue, the videos that you played as a prologue to this session are very, very apt. When you view them, the question or puzzle that is raised is, what is America's interest in Iran? What is the reason for this invasion? We can understand what the reason for Israeli involvement, but we still are facing very imponderables as to why America is involved in this. First of all, the video that you played told us, and Trump did say, that the 3 Iranian facilities, nuclear facilities, have been totally obliterated, and that it will take about 30 years for Iran to be able to restart and be in shape to start nuclear enrichment. So, but now we are hearing a different thing. So again, was the president wrongly informed? That's one question. 2, We also hear, before this whole thing started, if you remember, there was a demonstration, and it was expected that probably the demonstration would lead to regime change, which was, unfortunately, it was, repressed. A lot of people were killed. And America thought that it can buy into that anger and cause, a disruption in the system. Meanwhile, you remember too that talks were going on between Iraq, between Iraq and America and the interested parties in the Middle East. And even though there were some issues that were not resolved, again, you want to ask, why did you attack? So there are more than 5 reasons that you can adduce that America has given. We see a continuation of goalpost extending. You say there's stockpiles of nuclear, resources in Iraq, and that was your reason. And then you moved over to a threat to Israel. That threat has always been there. And then you moved over to, decapitation of the top leadership of Iran. You moved over to destruction of their infrastructure, degrading the entire military assets of Iran, totally emasculating and destroying their economy. And then also you went to Kirk to also attack that island, which is critical to Iran's oil industry. So you would see a continuous, issues that keeps you wondering, really, if America really has the goal. This was not debated in the Congress. Trump just used his executive powers to go in, spending $1 billion, as we hear every day. This is 21st. So we would assume, if you go by that calculation, at least a minimum of $21 billion have been sent so far, excluding logistics, men, assets, war assets that have been deployed. So you're wondering, and now Trump is asking for another 20 billion. 200 billion, sorry, which suggests that his calculation that this thing will end in 4 or 5 days or 1 week is wrong. Again, there's a problem with intel that he got. Iran has been, for me, Iran has surprised me in terms of its ability to resist. Even when they say they have totally decapitated Iran's ability to respond, we still see Iran bombing Israel, bombing here and there, and so on and so forth, causing quite a lot of stir in the Middle East and to American interests and assets. The number of American soldiers that have been killed has increased. There's a global problem now with oil, with shipping, and everybody is affected. Trump is trying to draw Europe in. Europe has refused to join in providing security at the Strait of Hormuz. So in the picture, the optics is that this thing is not going the way Trump expects. And who knows what is going to happen from here. Iran is still resisting. Iran is not giving up. Again, you have had other interests and allies join. Lebanon, has joined. So Israel is fighting in various fronts. All said and done, there's been deaths everywhere, death in America, death in Israel, death in the Middle East, and so on and so forth. Oil prices are negatively impacting the world. And so I think that this thing was needless. It shouldn't have happened. There's no need for it. If you look at the casualties, nobody's telling us the truth. I can tell you that. And then lastly, for America to be deploying 200 Marines, these are a top niche part of the
2000.
American.
2,000.
2,000. Okay, sorry. 2,000 Marines. These are special forces, and that tells you something, that this thing is not child's play. Let me stop there because of time. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Tony. Before I come to you, Paul, Mr. James, you have a question for somebody. Go ahead.
Yes, anybody can answer it. Why is it that the U.S., should I say think tank, are all young men? Unlike those days when you have Lawrence Igobega, Caspar Weinberger, Alexander Haig, what's this man's name? I mean, the U.S. Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger. These were old, experienced men. Why is Trump so obsessed with these young boys surrounding him?
All right, thank you. Who is an expert on American politics?
Yeah,
let's go to
Mr.
Kenneth. Who wants to answer?
Yeah, thank you.
Doctor, I think it's simple. Trump tried old men. He tried old men for his first term. Many things that he want to do, they refuse him to do it. They advise him that you don't need to do it. So he just brought this, oh yes, sir, people. If you look his first term, it was old experienced men that he brought. So this time he just want to bring people who are very, very young that can just do anything for him.
Mr. Paul, I think you got it wrong, right?
Okay, just let me.
Most of the old men are suffering from arthritis. Do you understand? These young chaps, right? They are very up to date with, what is happening with the what they call it, the computer or the technology world. They know what they are doing. They are very flexible. They are very healthy. They are very strong. I wish you could. You were able to watch where they were playing with the aircraft. Bombers. Bombing everywhere. It's a good thing that so far more than 40 Iranian leaders have been taken down.
No, hold on.
It's a good thing.
Can I hold on?
Yeah.
Right. That question. No. Nobody talks. Paul, you have your 5 minutes, and I come to Kenny. Let's keep going because there are many people, and we are out of time essentially. Paul, go ahead. 5 minutes.
Okay, Doctor, I think it's simple with this war that is going on. Israel have a different ideology completely. They only convince America to join, but they have their own ideology. And the ideology that somebody like Benjamin Netanyahu have is working for him. So if I say to Israel, they are winning the war because what he's doing simple thing, divide and conquer. You can see the guys that is bringing from Iraq and everything, just divide and conquer, bring a minority to fight a majority. You understand? Disorganize the country like Libya and everything. When the country disorganized, the economy is not doing well, nothing is doing well and everything. Now it's going to be hard for them, you understand, to go back and rebuild all these things that they are doing, that they already did many years ago and everything. Israel just want to be in control of that region and everything. They are already planning, causing all your confusion down with country like Turkey and the likes. So Israel is winning. But to America, I think America lose heavily when it comes to this war because all the Gulf states that use America thinking that they call themselves like America keep telling them highlight. America even refused to sell things for them and everything. But America was busy protecting Israel. They are even begging with their money. And remember before now, because rumor also said some of those things, you understand, even person like MBS indirectly also support this thing that was happening. Never knew it would get to this level. Never knew that America would not even protect them as they think and the likes. So it really, really affects the Gulf state very well with all the military base from Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, and the likes. It really, really affects them. And why very many of them did all these things with all these things that they keep telling them that your enemy is Iran. The enemy started initially just simple, Saudi Arabia and Iran, because of based on religion, nothing else, not like terrorists, the Sunnis and the Shiites, So that's just the thing. But now they take all this military base and everything, allow America to come in, thinking America will be a great shield for them. But unknowing that America can betray them anytime. We see what Netanyahu did some months back when Benjamin Netanyahu blew Qatar and everything. America just apologize, say sorry. and the likes, nothing really much happened, even with $400 million aircraft bribe. So, however, where Iran is winning with this war, if America keeps saying, like Exit keeps saying every day that, oh, we decimate Iran, we did everything, and they understand very well that America didn't really do much after the war over. After they might just think, America, I think you can go now. I think we're in peace. This might also affect America because the Gulf state, the trust may not really be there that if Israel also pick one of them again, because Israel is going all out. If Israel finish with one, they move to the next one. They convince America to go to Iraq. Now they convince America to go to Iran. If America pick another one again, they also understand very well that America still going to take side with Israel over them. And the more they leave America there, America have intelligence. America will cover that zone very well, know everything they have there. This thing may affect America tremendously. The Gulf state might want to ask America to leave, or they want to give America a stiffer conditions and every other thing. You know, give us this and that and this. So on that aspect, I think America is losing very, very well. America is really, really losing on that aspect. They don't really know how to manage it. Then talk about the Cork Island that some people in America is trying to threaten that they should take that if they take Cork and every other thing. We don't know what will come out of Cork. If they take Cork, which means it's as good as cool, like they already overthrow the government. If they take Cork Island, then these guys is gone and every other thing. We don't know what these guys might do. These guys can decide to say, we're going to blow Aramco, we're going to blow Qatar completely, and also blow that Cork Island. And we don't know what these people can do. If I want to use back to the way the MAGA people, these people who support that these guys are terrorists, they can do any stupid thing. Let me agree with them. What about if they on their own say, instead of it to take Cork, we'll blow Cork, but we'll blow Aramco. We will blow this. It will crumble the whole world. So this thing is a big problem for Trump. Trump don't know how to go about it and every other thing. Initially, Trump was like enjoying it that this thing, China have sustainability for just 21 days. So if this thing go up to this extent, China may likely want peace from Iran because China and Iran have good relationship, may likely want peace from Iran and every other thing. Telling that China don't have any problem getting crude from Russia. They also have relationship with Russia and every other thing, and Russia have it in abundance. So these are the things. So in many aspects, why Trump thinking directly it will affect China, indirectly it may affect the Europe, then the Europe will support him, and the Europe hold their grants and every other thing. It's coming out that it's really, really affecting everybody. And Trump may likely lose Senate. We already know he's going to lose Congress, but he may likely lose Senate. I don't think the war is good for America as at this time.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Let's hear from Kenny. Kenny, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I actually come to, have, debunk some lies here, Somebody stated that Saudi is no longer sponsoring terrorism in Somaliland or Somali. And I was trying to ask the person, if Iran has stopped sponsoring terrorism in Africa, especially Nigeria, right? Just before this war that is going on in Iran, more than 50 Iranian citizens were killed by the Islamic terrorist government of Iran.
How
and
many?
nobody,
How many?
50,000. 50,000.
I have
And nobody,
5,000. Okay, go ahead.
no, 50,000.
Okay.
And nobody among you here that is now crying for Iran came out here and condemned that act. But today you are crying. Oh, Iran is winning the war, is defeating. I don't know where they are defeated. I don't know where you're getting your fake news from. Only 13 US soldiers have been killed. But more than 40 Iranian Islamic terrorist government officials have been killed. And between 1,300 to 1,400 useless civilians gone down. 3 nuclear plants destroyed in Iran, and Iran is winning. I don't know where you guys are getting all this your fake news from. Now, my question is, Iran is winning, Iran is winning. nobody is willing to take up the leadership in Iran again, because as soon as you assume the office, you'll be taken down. And the people killing you are still alive. And you are winning. I don't know how you are winning. You see, this hatred against Trump is one thing that I don't know how when people wake up from this nonsense, right? Oh, Trump did not take congressional authorization before he invaded Iran. I want to ask you, did Obama take prior congressional authorization before he invaded Libya and killed the Libyan leader? No, he did not. So Obama violated the War Power Resolution of 1973, and he's a criminal doing that, and you did not condemn him. Today you are asking Trump, oh, why did he did not take authorization? He need not to take any prior authorization before he invade that Islamic terrorist government. The people, ironically, see these people, I don't know what is actually wrong with you guys. The Iranian people, the main citizens of Iran, are happy with Trump, and you are here crying for them. Did they ask you that they are suffering? They needed that Islamic terrorist leadership to be taken out, and it has been taken out, and they're happy. They're on the street jubilating, happy for Trump, and you are here crying. And you now say, oh, he's a stupid of any African. No, you're not the stupid one. Why wouldn't I support Trump? Why wouldn't I support Trump for doing the humanitarian service that he's doing for the entire world? Saying that it's inhumanity. Who told you that? They all will be going down. Let them assume that leadership position, they will go down. The owners of Iran, the real owners of Iran, want to take back their country. Their country was invaded by these Islamic terrorists. The same thing that they are doing to your Nigeria today. The same thing they did to Kwara State. They are now facing Oyo State. They are going to do it to Nigeria if you are sleeping. They did it to Lebanon, Jordan. They did it to Turkey. They did the same in Iran. And God sent Trump to come and salvage the people. You can make all your political jargons. All I know is that Islamization of that country has come to an end. The people are taking back their country. If they are willing enough, if they are energetic enough, if they are strong enough to take over, because now the coast is clear for them. I don't know if they are still sleeping. Like the Nigerians, sorry, I don't want to use this word, but the useless Nigerians that don't want to wake up and take up their country. They've accepted defeat, and this terrorist government of APC has succeeded in taking up the country. And now, all we hear from Nigeria is whenever there is a bomb blast, you see the president junketing to UK to go and have a night check with one. See, whether you like it or not, I don't know if I don't know the word for this in English. Osaka, a wayward person, hooligan, right? Whether you like it or not, you always find lots of hooligans in royal families, right? And I don't want to say, mark my word, I don't want to say that the current king now is one of them. Do you understand? And all you did for your country for the 3 years or 2 years that you've been in leadership is to go and have handshake with one house in UK that calls himself a king. And that is a good thing. And people like Kulata will be clapping for him for going to have an handshake, right? So whether you like it or not, that area, that country, Iran, they've received salvation. You should be talking about how your own people in Nigeria should receive theirs soon. And it's better we start calling for help. Trump is eager and ready to help us, right? If it is one in Aso Rock, the other one in Senate, let them receive one. Everywhere will be left, and we will have nonsense.
All right.
Dr. Damages,
thank you.
Please,
Thank
can
you
give me 30 seconds?
Yeah, I'll give you 30 seconds. All
yes,
right.
thank you so much. So I want to say something real quick. So first of all, that's why I've always emphasized that we need to understand political ideology and continue to talk about politics. Iran, assassinating the supreme leader of Iran was not the ultimate goal. It was to put a pliance regime. Meanwhile, the US has failed that. That's number one. Number two is when there's a strong political ideology within a political structure, what happens is it enables continuity. So they should keep one supreme leader. There will be a far more radical supreme leader that will take over because there's a strong political ideology in place that enables continuity. After seconds, I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right.
Political ideology or terrorism ideology? Be specific. Terrorism is different from politics.
Can I thank you? Let's move on. Ovie, you're next.
Where were they?
We're talking about the war in Iran and the implications across the world. I put up a news story about the government in America, the Pentagon, talking about divine, let me show that again, because it's something that people are talking about. They're invoking divine purpose to justify the military might and the oppression in Iran. So any angle you want to take, there is multiple angles to this story.
Yeah, well, at this point, it's very clear now that this is we're in an era of great power politics. Everybody answers Papa name. And where my concern lies is my country of adventure, America, and my humble home, Nigeria. On the American front, I think they are in control. The globalization as we have it today was built on their navy after the Second World War, when every other country destroyed their own. So, and if they are saying that they are changing the whole strategy, who am I to question them? So they are ready, they know what they are doing, they are sufficient. On the home front, Tinubu has actually, in collaboration with the other West African country, launched two agencies that has to do with the maritime security, with the headquarters to be in Lagos. It's also a proactive measure to mitigate our own sales of oil. Because I don't talk for the 2 years yet that the new war that we are going to do, if we are to sell our anything to Ghana, do we have the naval power to actually escort our ship from the creek of Port Harcourt to Ghana without a share of 5-man parade from a neighboring country or from non-state actors from Nigeria? Those have been my questions. But I think with the new relationship with America and with this proactive, I think they are, taking a measure to that. But on the global stage, as I said, everybody answer Papa name. Yeah, I talk and hear. Trump said it. They don't win the war already, but people they believe in until the guns stop to the drop, the bombs or not be the war. No, the goal there is to take charge of how the economy of that Strait of Hormuz, plays out. And I quoted a book that was written over 5 years ago that actually illustrated exactly what is happening now. And if you forget all those Holy Spirit Pentagon story, what happened yesterday in the White House with Japan signed over $550 million deal. That's the country that's come. It's like this Hormuz story is going to be here for a very long time. We pay attention to the energy, which of course is the background of development. But there are other things too that goes through that strait that make countries who bear that road to be concerned. If you produce, if you ship on across, or if you import, how long will your economy stay before it dies? So what Japan is saying is that, even though Japan has the naval power to escort their in and out anywhere, and at least I think they're also in a very good time with Iran, but still, they see ahead. They also have to come and put $550 billion to invest in America. So that's what you are going to be seeing. When Trump is saying, European nations should send their ship, they refuse, all those things are just story, right? I said it here when the national security document was published. I told my European brother, I say, come, they read them every day like Bible. But instead, everybody got into their emotion and started telling me that don't come, believe people come, come. That's nothing to do with emotion. This is the reality of this today. Everybody will feel out. So what you are saying, the underground, they are still negotiating with the European nation. You either stop your shenanigan with Ukraine, settle with Russia, or we will stab you to death. Because that's what is going to happen when you don't get your energy from from Middle East. Already, they don't block you for Russia. What's your story going to be in the next 5 to 10 years? So what we are saying, we should forget about the story that is coming out. Just to understand exactly, follow the economics, because me and you don't know how many planes they don't brought down, how many people don't die, nobody knows. Very few, 1 or 2 journalists are allowed to be at the world scene, and you know how that goes. Those are legacy media. But to understand a little bit of it, follow the economy. Who is hurting? Who is going to hurt? Who is benefiting? And all that. But that's what is that is the global bomb nuclear that is actually upon us as we speak regarding what is going on in the street of Borno. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Forefathers, you are next.
Yeah, it's very interesting how, I've never heard of this Nkene speak so, wow, so things that are so outlandish is crazy. But let me just share something very quickly, because I think there is an idea out there that there are some people that are extreme and others are not. And I think maybe that's because we don't necessarily understand the way the world is structured and how people behave. Like you just shared just now, how Heck said what he was saying. Let me just share this quickly, what he said.
Where is Forefathers?
Yeah, I've gone to Pentagon to get the document.
Honestly.
You see, when a country that could not even fix their internet is coming here to talk about Trump, come, let's do the internet so that we stop having this problem of internet.
All right. So let's see. Femi, you're next.
Yeah. Good morning, Doctor.
How are you?
Yeah. So, right. So I often like to look at the way you structure this program and why you like to look at things holistically from the point of view of the global world, and then try to juxtapose it with what happens in Africa and Nigeria. A long time ago, I told those of us, I no longer live in New York, but those of us that lived or still live in New York, we're used to Trump, for example. And this is not even about Trump. It's about the fact that it's been said, for those that care, that America and countries that know what they're doing or otherwise have a policy in place such that it doesn't matter whether it's a Democrat that's in power or a Republican, or maybe one day, sometime in the future, if the Green Party or some other party comes into play, there's a blueprint. And sometimes it's not necessarily the actors that we see in front that are actually controlling things. There's some deeper principalities and powers. This is my own understanding of how the world works. And I continue to say I've gone to re-educate myself enough to know that there's always going to be things that's going to be thrown at us. They will tell us one thing, but that's not necessarily what's going on. It just depends on individuals and what you choose to believe. Now, coming to Trump, I just feel it came at the moment that it was there. And knowing Trump for who he is outlandish. He does not, people know that he doesn't read, he doesn't even know what he's talking about. So it was just they just find the right moment. Though, and when I say they, I'm specifically talking about Netanyahu. People know, and he's not even hiding it, Now, there was something he said on Thursday that caused an uproar. For those of us Christians or that take it to the extreme. Remember, he said something about how Jesus Christ has no advantage over Genghis Khan. And then he tried to walk it back, tried to defend what he was saying. Well, I leave it to individual interpretations. One of the things I try to disabuse my mind about, especially when it comes to sentiments of being a Christian or whatever, is that, look, if you want to talk about terrorism, one of the first terrorism acts that happened in the world happened when the Jews that were returning to Israel bombed that embassy, the British embassy in I can't remember where it was at the time.
It was in Jerusalem, King David.
King David. Right. So, and this idea of someone being a terrorist of terrorism started coming into deep play, I believe, in the early 80s. And if you're calling some people terrorists only because you don't like the fact, because they're Muslims or whatever.
How can I don't understand, gang?
Right. Throughout history, there's always been all kind of acts, even till this moment, that could be considered terrorism, including maybe slavery could also come under terrorism. I don't know. Someone might have to re-educate me. I said this to say that as things stand now, as far as commentators, including ex-CIA agents or military people that I listen to, because like I always say, whether Democrats or Republicans, I don't play these games. They are equal opportunity offenders, so long as they're pandering to a certain interest, because they're interests. And that's what Ovia likes to refer to as power. This is a power play game. And it also has to do with resources. Remember, we mentioned the case of Venezuela and the fact that all this one that they were talking about trying to take out Maduro or whatever. At the end of the day, what's going on now? Are they not talking about the oil and even the lithium and other things? That's I just want us to ponder, because this thing, like KJ always says, everybody go chop the breakfast. We're already eating it. Look at the price of per liter of oil in Nigeria today. It doesn't matter that you have a refinery, you have oil, or you're even doing the right things. The fact that it's you're playing internationally means that whatever affects one country is going to affect the other. And for those, because there are people that will come here and tell some of us that we're bringing up conspiracy theories. A lot of what has been said here before is playing out now. Do not think that it is one of America or England or UK or whatever that's going to save you. Just as we talk about Nigeria, look at what's happening with all these Saudi kings and all of them. See, people talk about Iran, but look at all this Bahrain and the rest of them. They don't have democracy. These guys think, the guys at the helm think that they can do whatever they like. Go and see how they treat their own people. They don't. These are the kind of things that are not, we don't hear on the mainstream media as well. And this guy, one of the reasons why that guy, I keep forgetting his name, the Saudi king, for example, one of the reasons why he has such a, and his family have, and if going back to generations prior, have a strong hold in the fiefdom, is because they're scared of what their people will do to them if they do not have the backing of the West, period. It's the same thing in Bahrain, it's the same thing in UAE, Oman, and even Kuwait, to a very large extent. See, there are deeper things happening that are beyond what we are being told. Now that the Iranians are now doing, okay, you struck my oil field, I'll strike the ones in, it's for a reason. They know what they're doing. They're being strategic as well. In fact, I think it was Norman Wilkinson that said something recently, among other people, and even Jeffrey Sachs, that the whole idea, we all agree America is still very powerful. That there's no doubt about that. But all that needs to happen is for Iran not to lose. This is beyond Christianity, Islam, or whatever. After all, they're there to fight. And for those who think, just rounded, for those who think that this thing is going to be decided just on the battlefield, I'm going to redirect us to what's happening between Ukraine and Russia, and being backed by the West. After all, isn't it all funny that at the end of the day, now they've at least they said for the next 30 days that they've removed the sanctions on Russian oil being sold to you. After they blew up that pipeline, and then they've removed, for the next 30 days as well, they've removed sanctions on Iran.
Sanctions on Iran.
It's funny. See, if people need to understand that they're playing us. I rest my case. This is not about sentiments.
Femi, thank you. Let me before I come to you, back to you forefathers, let me play this video. Let's see. Femi referred to this.
In which he said, well, history proves that, unfortunately and unhappily, Jesus Christ has no advantage over Genghis Khan. Because if you are strong enough, ruthless enough, powerful enough, evil will overcome good. Aggression will overcome moderation. So you have no choice. If you look at the world as it is today, you have to be blind not to see that the democracies led by the United States have to reassert their will to defend themselves and to oppose their enemies in time while there's still time, before the jarring gong of danger wakes them up and wakes them up too late. This is where we are now. The fact that people don't see that, the fact that a lot of the news media are harking on a lot of fake news, but also a lot of short-sightedness, and do not see the historic period and the historic struggle that we are engaged in now. Doesn't obviate these truths.
All right. That was Netanyahu talking about.
Rudolph, permit me 10 seconds to say something about that video real quick. Do you know that video was not, the journalists were not in the same room as Netanyahu when he was giving that speech, but they put it together as if he was answering the questions and the journalists were also in the same room.
All right, I didn't know that, but thank you so much for that clarification. Let's go to forefathers now. Yeah, forefathers.
Yeah, thank you. The video, I shared it in the private chat in case, because it showed Hexet actually talking about the temple, how it could be rebuilt. So for the temple to be rebuilt, they have to destroy the Al-Aqsa mosque. So you can see these people are religious zealots too. The idea that it's only one side that is religious zealot, that you just should, if you hear the way Kenneth talks, you can tell it's a religious zealot because it's not objective. He clearly can't see straight.
Sorry, not to stop you.
Which religion are you referring to? Which religion am I leaning towards?
You religion?
No, which religion are you referring to? But I don't know. I don't know the religion I belong to.
The Christ comparison to Gangastan is very, very potent there, because people need to go and read how how they call it again, Kangaskan, how they take clear how they take clear their region, like say they clear grass, like which is what you are referring to Nigeria in terms of, in order for them to rebuild that temple, something has to be done. So that waiting Netanyahu they talk, people they laugh, say they compare him to Christ. And because they don't actually understand the other part of it, which is the Genghis. But if they understand, then they will know exactly what the guy is talking about.
All right, thank you.
I think the game Israel is playing is very, very dangerous.
And again, forefathers, you need to know that in war, there is nothing like morality in war. You have to be very ruthless in war. In our people say, whatever you can lay your hands on, you use it to attack your opponent, your enemy.
There actually is morality in law. That's why we have the ICJ, and we have the ICC, and we have United Nations rules of combat and wars.
Yeah,
there is morality in wars.
All right. I think there are new people.
When they want to respect that, they respect it.
There are new people here. We have new rules.
So the problem is that if you look at what is going on, there is extremism going on the other side. And when we talk about secular state, we forget that the secular state that we talk about is actually based on Christian priorities. When you have they do not have polygamy. There are so many things that is in the normal state that we have that is actually based on Christianity. And then at the back end of most of all these things, you still have extreme Christians in this thing, like as you see that the evangelicals in America has proven. So there is a lot of crazy stuff going on out there that is actually scary. And according to Kenny, talking about how war, there are no rules. Actually, in a war that's capable of destroying entire humankind, there has to be rules. You have to learn how to control yourself, because
exactly what Trump is trying to prevent.
There are international conventions.
I'm saying, please.
There are war conventions for that. You're right.
Let me be what I'm saying. See, because there has to be rules.
Hold on. Let me just remind Kenny. I know Kenny has not been here for a while. So we have a new policy, which is that when someone is speaking and you interrupt, we deduct that time from you when it's your chance to speak. So we.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a new one.
Okay, let me keep my mouth shut then.
All right.
But you give me small time to
you can respond. Presenting Trump today. Go ahead.
There are rules in war in a world that could destroy us all. So, and what Trump is doing now, he actually confessed it that he doesn't even know why they did it. That they did it out of habit. When I used to say that America needs war counseling, they actually do, because something is, if they don't grain themselves in with their instinct of winning wars. They won the First and Second World War, so they are used to winning. So they dropped nuclear weapons, they got away with it. And they are the most dangerous in the world today because they are losing power. And because of that, I felt, long time ago, I was talking to an American guy that says he was secret agency or something. I told him, you guys need war counseling because the way you guys are going right now, you're going to destroy the world because you guys are the most dangerous in the world. And it's turning out to be that way because they have so much power and they're about to lose it, or they might even go to a civil war at home. And I did say that America is either going to start a big war, or they have to face Epstein file and all the ramifications of all that, not to mention immigration, where they are shooting people in the face and all the rest of it. So there's a lot of challenge America is facing right now. And America is armed and with the most volatile president of all time in office. And you are surprised you're seeing what you're seeing now. See, Iran doesn't even have to win. Iran just have to make sure both sides loses. If I was Iran, I would make sure America will never be superpower again. I will destroy everything. Since it looks like you are so stupid, and that's what Israel wants to. Because if America falls, because what the plan is that if America falls, Israel will replace America with India. Because India is an ethno state, racist state. They like India. There's nothing racist India doesn't like. It's the next best thing to America. So Israel would like to see America fall because America is the one preventing Israel from becoming an hegemon in the Middle East. America is his worst enemy. So if America falls now, Israel will rise, take off more land. Not who will stop them. Nobody will stop them. There's no rules. They've broken all the rules. This is why I consider Israel the most dangerous country for a very long time. That's why I made documentaries calling this conflict the most evil conflict in the world, because it is destroying the world order. It's not just an individual war. If you look at the UN, the fissures of the UN shows up with Israel at the core of it. Israel keeps influencing America to veto every common sense thing. They are the ones that are holding almost 6 million people hostage. They won't let them go. That should tell you something is wrong. They have an agenda that is way bigger than we like to believe right now. And you like to think that they are just small right now. They are not small. They are very, very technologically advanced. They have access to a lot of technology. All the technology in the West, they have access to it. They've already hacked all the systems. Most of the spying systems that they use, they control some of all those things already. What do you think FC was doing with all those scientists? You think he was doing all those things for nothing? Yeah, is FC working for Israel for nothing? So these people, they have an agenda that is, and most of all, the way they see most of all you guys, they don't even consider you guys to have souls. They call us goyim, or whatever the language that they used to call Gentiles.
Amaleks.
We are not even human beings. They say they don't consider us to have souls.
Amalek is war. He's right. It's goyim.
Goyim, exactly. We are here defending them, acting as if we know what is going on. Then they say, and the society now is psychotic. They are used to killing. That these people, they'll destroy lives of children as if it's nothing. These people have destroyed more lives of children than I'm not even sure Iraq war took that many lives of children. America, this is Russia and Ukraine has been at war for 4 years now. Not even close to the amount of children have been lost in that conflict. But yet, the moment Israel gets into a war, boom, 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 they start killing children everywhere. Like crazy. They don't care about anything. They want to destroy this world and remake it in their own image because they are Zionists. A lot of them in that country, they are religious extremists against Christians, against everyone else. If you think they care about Christians, you are not thinking, you are not reading straight. And this is what Tucker Carlson and Candace Owen, they are Christians. So these are Christians. This is what they are calling out. That these people are trying to destroy our nation. They call it occupied. That Israel occupies America. That they have to take their country back. That is the struggle that is going on right now in the world. And when our people are supporting all these things, Jesus Christ, they don't even see you as human beings. Literally, they don't see you as lesser. They don't see you as human beings. They say you don't have a soul. That's what they believe. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, forefathers.
I wanted to ask Forefather a question.
No. We don't want him to talk more. He spent 8 minutes or 10 minutes. No, let's leave it until I come back to you.
Oh, did I say spend 8 minutes or 10 minutes? Oh, sorry about that.
It's all right.
Yeah, stop me when it's my time. I don't want to break the rules.
Now that Gangas can act to Naija, you won't take everything.
If you go ahead.
Skip me for now.
All right, KJ, it's your turn.
If you send me your time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. Every day, surprise they catch me for this channel. Forefather is quoting Tucker Carlson and Candace Owen. These are people that you guys won't go near before because you are supporting Trump. Now they are on the other side. They are quoting them gladly, very quickly. Now, wow.
Trump, remember? Stop going on.
You know, what do you mean? I have been following Tucker Carlson for more than 10 years. So I can tell you much more. You were against him, but now because he's not talking about you guys quoting him. Candice Owen, the first that talked about Candice Owen, some of you dismissed her. Yeah, that one, she's a lunatic. Oh, but now she makes sense. Wow. Make una dey take for, make una dey una lane, make we know identify one a day, so we can be able to. You understand what I'm saying? Let me say something here, because I really don't want to go into this, because all of a sudden Iran has become a golden egg. Okay, this same Iran that have been doing all kinds of atrocities against a certain five different tribes in that country. They've been massacring them for a long time because they were Christian. They have been. In fact, if you don't have to go too far, I can get their names. You know, the Kurdish and the other one is called Baloch and the Helmazi people of that country.
And even the
Christians. Under the continuous persecution of these people.
Kurdish are Muslims and Zoroastrians.
Government. Oga, keep this thing when you get your time, talk. All right? But now, all of a sudden, the same Iran that orchestrated Matasene in Nigeria and other parts of the world, now they have become very important. They are now people we should watch out for. Wow. The same Iran, not too long ago, they shut down the internet and massacred almost 50,000 of their people. The same Iran, at this point now, if you're a journalist, you cannot transmit from outside.
Can we just stop that lie of 50,000? Stop touting Zionist stuff. It's ridiculous. We are grown up. Stop doing that.
The dog time from Forefather, so
50,000 in how many weeks? The show is closing.
You see, Forefather, I reclaim my time, Rudolph. Please tell your man, make it stop. We'll let him talk for 10 minutes. Let us talk. All right. As I reclaim my time back, I'm trying to say this. And then some of us sit here, I will say, Iran is doing this, doing that. What is Iran doing? This same America, whose all of the world GDP put together, we're almost just 1/4 of what America earns. Okay? So if America wants to deal with Iran, you think Iran will survive tomorrow? Let us be. You see, don't let your dislike for the man who's at the top now make you begin to hate America. You know, because whether I like it or not, even if America is going to go down, not in the next 50 years, go and mark my word, not in the next 50 years. So let's put that aside. You see, some of you here we are celebrating Kuwait. What's the other one? What's the name now? Kiev. What's the name now? What's his name? This actor who is now president. Ukraine. Ukraine was good to win Russia. And sometimes I sleep, I just ask myself, are these people okay? These people, if they decide to unleash the might they have, you think that place will remain? Trump is just playing with these people. Make I tell you the truth. He just play with them. So let us not go there. And he can, if America wants to take over that whole of that region, it will do it in less than 24 hours. But you see,
no, it can't.
All taking their time. All right, having said that, I want to say this. We are not in support of the war. But we are also not in support that one person will now be the one threatening the war.
Hold on. Who are the we?
We, me.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
Yes, yes, people like me.
Okay.
We are not in support. We are saying, look, there's no need. We can always judge or we can discuss. But the reason why we went to this point, let's not forget it. Certain individuals didn't want to listen. And you see, some people, they cut this story in two and leave the other half and take the other half. Just like when they want to cut the story of the Palestinians and the Israelis, they cut it into two. Take one part and leave the other part. If you go down history, who gave the name Palestinians and where were they before? They've not been there. But these things are all created. And we agree that they've been created. Let us go from there. Let us look for how to make peace. That is simply what I'm saying. Don't be in your own country causing destruction in another country. Because even us in Nigeria, we got a very good dose of what Iran can do. And we're still getting it. If you doubt me, go back. The people in Kaduna State are still, if you notice what's been going on, we have been having demonstrations and all that. In the north, in Nigeria, for whatever is going on. Not they follow Arab countries. Not the ones close to them. Not their cousins and nephews. It is we who they are still selling in their Arab nation. They are still selling us this color. Till tomorrow, they are still marketing us as slaves and selling us. And we are here now trying to defend what we're not even supposed to be part of at all. We're just supposed to do like, you know, a good Yoruba neighbor. Hey, Joe, please, people stop fighting. People stop fighting. We're there our own. Will they collect our own, put for pocket? People stop fighting. People stop fighting. We're there our own. We have always been non-allied. Non-aligned. That's what Nigeria is known for. We don't take side. We say, make una stop fight. Make una stop fight. We'll collect the put or pocket. I want to bring that to Rodolphe to conclude. $12.2 billion was what we made out of the Gulf, the Gulf fallout. What did you do with it? $12.2 billion when dollars was still dollars square. Nothing. Nothing is going to come out of this one either. We're going to collect it. It will end in few people's pocket. At least I know that some will end in Tinubu's pocket, some will end in Shei's pocket, and maybe some other people. But we are still not going to make head about it. So let's not come here and say America is going to lose the war. America is not losing nothing. America is simply taking their time. America is not going to lose. America is going to execute the war. Somebody was asking why is he sending small boys. No, he's not sending small boys. Those are the people who have enlisted in the army. You don't go and begin to select who should go for. It's not the president that's going to select who should go or who should not go. That is not his duty. Okay? And so the people who have enlisted in the army are the people who are going to go to the war. Okay? What we should be concerned about is the fact that the new chief of army staff in Nigeria have again told us that the army should not fight. They should use their gun for defense. They shouldn't shoot down. So these are the things that we should be concerned about, my brothers and sisters. These other people, let them settle themselves. They have the might, they have the money, they are able to do it. If Saudi Arabia can approve, be behind what is going on against Iran, why should I, in Africa, Nigeria, be concerned about that? I should first of all deal with the terrorism that is almost killing, wiping off the whole. Hey, Rudolph, do you know I spoke to a friend 2 days ago. More than 90 villages have been taken over. That he was calling the names for me. Where some of those places went to dig water wells for them. Those water wells now, those places are occupied by Fulanis. We're not talking about that. We're talking about, if Fulanis were indigenous to Nigeria, why don't they have their own land? Why are they looking for other people's land? I end on that one. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. I think we have 2 more people. We have to go really. But let me, before Christians for Ozoro Festival, before we get to you, let me just point out, KJ mentioned something very important, which was as of when the price of crude oil was $80 a barrel, they calculated that Nigeria will make close to 30 trillion naira from this windfall if this war continues. And now crude oil is about 111, 114. So basically, we may make a lot more than that. The question is, are we paying attention about what the money will be used for? That's a point to mention. The other thing that KJ mentioned that I think was interesting was that if America wanted to destroy Iran, that they would have destroyed it. And I'm happy that he thought the same way that if Russia wanted to destroy Ukraine, they could. But there are certain limitations, even with all the powers that you have. Russia could not just drop a nuclear weapon and destroy Ukraine, even though they could. And the same thing with America or even Israel. Israel could destroy Iran with a nuclear weapon, but they wouldn't. There are limitations. So thank you so much. All right, let's go to Christians for Ozoro Festival.
Thank you. How you doing, Rudolph? So,
Dr.
first of all,
hold on, Christians for Ozoro. Kenneth, what are you complaining about?
When you wanted to call my name, you just say Kenneth instead of Kenneth Trump.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Understand?
Kenneth Trump. All right, go ahead, Christians.
First of all, let me even ask you, what are we?
I don't know that you don't go that far. You don't carry me along. This is not good.
Go ahead, Christians. So what are we?
So what are we discussing?
No, we're looking at the war in Iraq. We'll give you 5 minutes. You can weigh in from any angle that you think is more important to you, within the time frame.
Oh, okay. Because I thought you had if you had a specific question, I think that would be
No.
more
I
apt
don't
from
want. I don't want to box you. Just give us.
It doesn't matter. Well, maybe because I'm not just the type that just likes to talk for talking's sake. If we had like a specific lane that we were heading towards, then that'd been better for me.
Okay. If you want me to, I can actually.
Speak for Christian. Speak for Christian.
Rudolph, I have a question I can help redirect if you don't mind.
Hold on, Femi. I'll ask him, then you can add to your own. He can take on that. So my issue is this. If you look at this, what's going on now, what can change this war in a dramatic way is if people in the Arab nations turn against their government and say, why are you standing by while they are destroying Iran? But it hasn't happened. In fact, there's no country that is supporting Iran as it is, although Russia talks about giving them intelligence. There's no country that is out there supporting Iran.
No, there are. I will explain when it's mine, if I have the chance.
Okay.
Of course, Russia and China are supporting Iran.
How are they supporting Iran?
I will explain.
Intelligence and
okay. So let's hear Christians for Ozoro. Go that way.
No, what was it? Okay, you just want to know why?
Hold on. Femi asked the question. Yeah, Femi, go ahead. Femi, you're muted.
Okay, so I just wanted to add to what you said. Part of what I asked was what you just asked. Christians for Zoro Festival. So what are the implications in terms of how, when you look at Congo DR, for example, how they got enmeshed and what they enmeshed? What are the implications? Because right now, if not Iran, after Iran, it's probably going to be Cuba, and it's still Africa. What's your view? Because again, what are the implications on how do you think we as Africans, generally speaking now, Black Africans, can get serious?
Get serious in what
in
way?
terms of trying to like to solve our problems, rather than thinking that the way we think right now, some of us think that the West is going to come and solve our problem. Looking at what's happening right now.
All right, so let me try to start with Rudolph. And first, before I go on, KJ, for one, Iranians are not Arabs, they're Persians. They have a small Arab minority. And then for two, the Kurdish are not Christian. They're mostly Muslims and Zoroastrians. But moving on from that. So with Rudolph, this is something I actually brought up a while back. And I always said, one of the biggest fears that MBS has and why he has always leaned towards the West for protection. And I think Femi also alluded to that, and if I'm not mistaken, forefathers, was always because of that fear that they have of their citizenry. And this is why, although we'll say, well, they follow the tenets of Islam and why they spoil their people, but what they really did was to take away their people's minds from their excesses. So the excesses in terms of how they spend the wealth that comes into their region from the oil, and how they conduct their own external policies. For example, Saudi, the Wahhabis sponsoring what we will call extremism in other parts of the world, and maybe being involved in, like the Khashoggi death, and involving themselves in like the internal politics of Somaliland. So, or again, like the United Arab Emirates, where they sponsor terrorism in the Sudan. But now, this situation we have now, which is what it's looking like, that the United States will have to be forced to leave that region, because that will be the only thing Iran will take as a settlement. There, of course, there have to be other things, but I think the main thing will be kicking the United States out of that region, because you don't want a situation where the United States, they've had a ceasefire, the United States and Israel groups up, 6 months later, they start attacking them again when they feel strong enough. So one of the implications of this misadventure of Donald Trump, in addition to the economic problem that it's going to cause the region, not only the region, cause Americans, because Americans are obviously paying for it in terms of groceries. We're paying for it now in terms of gasoline prices. It's one of the implications will be also the loss of power. So they'll have to leave that region. I think that will be the only concession or the main concession Iran will have to agree to at this point. Now, to Femi's question, for Africa, and I've always said this, believe it or not, right now we are between a rock and the deep blue sea. We are at the mercy of these people, be it the West, be it China, be it Russia, because we're light years behind in terms of everything. We really have no way to defend ourselves. But I think if we play for the long term, and if we're strategic enough, and if we satisfy some short-term goals, knowing right now that we are playing behind the 8 ball, I think if we come together, first of all, if we had deep thinkers as African leaders, I think the first thing would be to see how we can have a unified Africa. So we don't have a situation where there are these barriers. You want to go to Ethiopia, you got to go outside the continent first, or you want to go to Morocco, then you have to go to London or however they go to these countries. Free flow, education. Education is very paramount. This is something I've always espoused on it. And I heard James say it earlier, and I was hoping forefathers was at least imbibing what Mr. James was espousing, because you look at Iran today, and for all its deficiencies, and please don't believe all these 50,000 people massacred lies. Those are just propaganda. You can't tell me only 75,000 Palestinians were killed in 2 years by bombs, armored tanks, APCs, drones, and guns. But then you want to tell me Iran killed 50, 75,000 people in less than 3 days or a week or 2 weeks. Like, that just doesn't make sense. You have to be on some really, really nice mushrooms to even believe that. But moving on from that, I think unity first. We have to figure out a way for free flow of movement. And then education. Education is paramount. If we start let me use Nigeria as a case point, which was what I was about to talk about, Iran. For all the genius of the Iranian missile, what it has done with its missile industry in repelling external attack, most of it were done by indigenous Iranian scientists. This was why every time Israel decided to conduct a campaign of decimation against the Iranian government, the first thing they usually did was go after the scientists, hoping that, they would destroy the knowledge of how to build the ballistic missiles, and the people in charge of the nuclear program exterminated. It will lead to the fall of the Iranian government, or at least its scientific program on nuclear weapons. But that hasn't happened. So that lets you know that there are tons of people that are educated with that knowledge. And this is what we need. For example, Boko Haram. We're not going to defeat Boko Haram if we do not have a homegrown ammunition industry. Of course, now we have the Nigerian army has what is called DICON, where we're building assault rifles and making our own weapons and making our own APCs. Beautiful. But we need to do more than that, because if we're at the mercy of external bodies every time we need to defend our homeland, our home nation, it's never going to happen. These people do not want Nigeria to succeed. This is why you see during the time of Jonathan, they would not sell us weapons, and then we had to give all these monies to the administration before Donald Trump finally approved it. So we need our homegrown industries, and to achieve those, education is paramount. Sorry, Rudolph, let me just end this like this. What me and forefathers always disagree with is, he said we need nuclear weapons. And I say, yeah, we need them, but can we get them? You're not getting them, because the people you want them from are not going to give you something to be able to defend yourself against them when they attack you, or when they inevitably attack you. So education, in addition to of course, sustaining the people, feeding them, improving healthcare, improving the infant mortality. But 100%, I think the main thing Africa needs to focus on is education. And this guy, Eccentric Cats, always comes on here preaching STEM, and I 100% agree with him. And yeah, let me end there. We can always talk about this.
All right.
More.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's see.
Thank you.
Ify, you have a final word.
Okay, Papudoka. Final word on what? That's I was out a little bit.
We're talking about Iran and implications for Nigerians, for Africans, for
let them keep on fighting. Whoever that is going to win, let the person win.
People who live in America, you know.
Whoever that wins, let the person win. For you, that will work. Excuse my people. Honestly speaking, at this point, I don't even. It's not that I don't care, but I just look at the innocent people who are caught up in the middle of this fight. That is the only thing. The people in Palestine, you know, that are being bombed constantly for the past how many years. And then Americans, you know, Trump started this uncalled for, this unpopular war. And like I said, it's very easy to start a war, but you don't know how it's going to end. You know, you talk about the effects of this war. Again, I don't know much about Iran, but the things or the news I hear that is coming out from that place is horrible. And like I told you, the 3 guys that were tried, you know, hung over the weekend, and other stuff, you know, that are happening there. You know, I read up a little bit about that when those, you know, guys were killed. So, I mean, whether it is a religion, again, I don't like to be entangled with religion. People are believed to, you know, practice what they believe in, just like as Christians. I don't go into Muslim stuff, you know, that's their business, just like Christianity is our business. But if you feel that it's okay for you to buy somebody, you know, for reason whatsoever, so be it, support them. If the other people feel that they are in the opposition, that they are against it, you know, fine, you know, so be it. But I don't know much about them. But one thing I'm totally against is, you know, buying the innocent people who doesn't even have anything. You are entitled to worship whoever you want to worship. I believe in freedom of religion. You know, nobody can come and tell me that I have to, like, I respect other people's religion. I expect you to, you know, respect mine. But don't come and try to convince me that I have to believe in your religion because yours is better than me. That's where we're going to have a problem. So, but people are entitled to, you know, worship who they want to worship and believe in who they want to believe in. If those atrocities, you know, I'm hearing or coming, you know, we see on public space that is happening in Iran, and the government or the ayatollahs, whoever they are in power, and keep on, you know, buying their people just because they disagree with them. I don't think it's right. You know, let other people speak up. Do I like what American is doing? No, this war is uncalled for. I'm sure Trump is regretting it, but he doesn't know how to stop it at this point. And because nobody's going to join him to fight the war, you can see him throwing tantrum everywhere, blaming everybody for this war, you know, behaving like a 2-year-old child, like he always behaves anyway. But it's so unfortunate. My heart goes out to the people that are being fired every day, including the people of Ukraine. Let me deviate a little bit. You know, Russia has been fighting Ukraine, I think, going to 4 years now. And this is supposed to be so-called superpower. Don't underestimate anybody, you know. Even Africans, don't even underestimate anybody. Don't think you can just come and wipe people out of the face of this war. Trump didn't know that these people are going to retaliate. They didn't know that these people are going to keep quiet. I don't know how long this is going to last, because I think the Iranians, they are throwing missiles, bombing, you know, other countries. So they need to be very careful before they draw attention of other countries, and this might lead to Third World War. I hope it doesn't, because it's none of our business. I think pretty much that's what I have to say.
Thank you so much, Ife.
Look, let me make a rebuttal over what forefathers said against me. You know, the truth is, forefathers, you are trying to gaslight Christians against Jews, and that is very, very bad of you. The truth is that in no way Israel or Netanyahu is against the Christians. They are living peacefully with Christians in Israel. Rather, you have countries like Somalia, the Islamic countries like Somalia, Libya, Pakistan, Yemen, Syria, Iraq, the Sahel region where you have the Mali, the Burkina Faso, and Iran itself. These are the countries that have been killing Christians. Matter of fact, you are not even allowed to spread the gospel or to preach or to even own a church in some of these countries. They will be buried, you will be killed. And you are here telling us that Israel is against Christians when you can actually worship freely in Israel without being hurt. Now, this is the kind of lies that you guys come up here proudly, like boldly say, as if we are all dumb, as if we are all empty. My brother here, Bubure, is asking for Africans having deep thinkers as leaders that will bring out industrialization in Africa. And I ask, how? How are you going to perform this magic when some of you are busy supporting the likes of Buhari, the likes of Tinubu, empty-headed criminals that all they know how to do is to steal, loot, and destroy? These are the people, you see them today, they talk on the right, tomorrow they're on the left. You don't know, they don't know where they belong with him. If you're looking for them, you don't even know where to locate them because they are all over, everywhere. Provided it's making sense for them at that particular time, they will say it without actually thinking deep into what they are doing. We just watch out, 2027 is coming. These same people that are looking for deep thinkers as leaders, these same people that are looking for leaders that will bring industrialization in Africa will still come back and vote for illiterates and still come back campaigning for empty-headed people to lead their country. See, let's wake up. Since Africans are sleeping, Africa is done. Africa cannot match these people. Since you've decided to elect empty-headed people to becoming their leader, your leaders who are going nowhere, they will dominate you for the rest of your life. They will dominate you, dominate your children, dominate your generation to come. See, Africa is done, man. When you're counting countries, remove Africa, especially remove Nigeria. Those are not countries. Those are just empty stuff, making noise everywhere.
All right, thank you, Kene. Thank you so much, Kene Trump. Thank you. I appreciate it. KJ, can you? There's another broadcast that is happening after this.
Kene, at your age, Chukwuemeka was leading a country to.
So KJ, can you?
You have network problem. Where are you? Are you in California? We don't have good.
No, not be network. Na doctor, they stop me. At your age, Ojukwu they lead military war. You did.
Please, when I'm talking now, can you at least let me finish? Anyway, so I have to go. I have to run. We've done 4 hours. There's somewhere I have to be. KJ, there's a broadcast coming up next with forefathers. Can you control so that they will rant? If you can, that would be really good. Just for the ranting, 2-3 minutes, everybody.
Yeah, but I cannot be able to rant. Because
no, you rant before I go. I'll let you.
My enemies are the keyboard.
I'll let you rant. But let me address one issue. I see somebody, I think Nwachuku, was complaining about let me get that, about the name Bumbu Ray's name. Dr. Damages, you have to address that issue. Why do you let someone disrespect religion? So let me just say this, because I don't understand. Sometimes I wonder. Christians for Ozoro Festival, is that offensive to anybody? I don't get it.
Well, I'll hope it is. I really would hope. I really would hope people will complain.
Yeah, it's like me saying
No, hold on, Kenny. Hold on. Let's organize this. If you want to speak, go ahead.
You asked me a question though.
Hold on. So the truth of the matter, and that's what I hate to discuss about religion. My brother last week, was it last week or 2 weeks? It was Epsins for Christian or Christians for Epsin, And I told him, I said, this is very disrespectful. It's me coming to say something about Islam for Epstein. And he said, oh, it's okay with that. Oh, it's fine. Again, like I said, we need to respect people. Respect people's religion, respect people's decision. But, coming out to always indirectly attack a particular religion, I don't think it's right. And I don't think it's fair. It's okay for you to believe, no matter what you have against Christians, it's okay. But I have constantly on this platform always said that I hate when people talk about religion because it always creates controversies. This is one of the problems we are dealing in Nigeria. It's either tribe, it's either religion, it's either one thing or the other. So, because I can still throw my shade if I want to. I'm just like other people, but I think we are grown up and we are more mature to respect people when they make their decision. I don't think it's right. It's okay for you to believe in whatever you want to believe, but constantly coming here, Christians for this, everything for Christian. Come on now. That's not right. That's not fair. All
right. Thank you, Ife.
Yeah, Dr. Damages is like me now, coming up here with a subtitle, Islam for pedophilia, or Islam for Northern Nigeria terrorism. Some people will take offense, right? So those are the things that we really need to, abstain from doing because we are just trying to provoke people. And when the likes of me that will get ignited immediately and start referring to them as terrorists, then they will say, oh, withdraw that word. No, but he is boldly written his own in a Takia format. Takia, how they operate? The rat that will be chopping your finger and blowing so that you will not feel the pain. That's how they operate. We know them for that. So please, Dr. Damages, what Nwachukwu raised is very, very important, and I would love that you have that treated, please.
All right, Femi.
Is it okay if I say something? No. It's okay for everybody to just bash me up.
Yeah, Doctor, you call my name?
Yeah. I said, do you have anything to say? Oh no.
Yeah. So I do. So again, I'm a Christian, but one thing I noticed, and I think it's just a human thing. People definitely would pander to their religious biases or even ethnic biases, which is fair enough. Fine, we all have biases. However, in the face of evidence, especially when one has the ability to dig introspectively, there are things you might not like when you get to see them. I understand how maybe call it insulting saying things might be to people. I understand and I respect that. But for me, it may not necessarily affect me, but I know it can be very personal sometimes to people, so I get it.
All right, thank you. Ovie.
We're writing or what's it? No, but if it is about the name, I think the only thing I will say that don't dish out what you cannot take.
Thank you.
All right, so that's just it.
Okay, thank you. Tony.
Well, my rant, if that's okay.
No, it's not a rant. No, I'm.
No. It's batch. I speak it through segment. So whatever you feel about me, say.
I would say that I speak the truth should explain the context in that name. That's what I would say before I make any judgment.
All right, thank you. KJ.
Okay, thank you. I think the writing speaks the truth, my brother Tony. We all know what happened in Ozoro, which is the rape culture that have been, burning through the internet street. So when you bring that to bear, if it was before that incident that brought it, we know that you are portraying it for good, for something good. But right now you are portraying it for something bad, and you identify with Christian. So now the reason why I naturally don't bother myself to come after such people who make derogatory statements against the church or against Christ is because Christ is able to fight for himself. I don't need to fight for Christ. Okay? Christ, if Christ wants to kill you, he wouldn't even ask my permission. So, but writing it doesn't make him take away from him or add to him. That's his business. But not everybody thinks like me. So I will not say that general. But for me, I saw it the first time this morning when he came up today, and I said, now, wow, that is actually provocating. It's actually provocating. That's the truth. If I'm from that community where this is happening and is not giving our people a good name, I would not like to see it, you using it as your, as your prefect. So that's what I would say. I don't think it's nice. Anyway, that's my opinion.
All right, thank you. Forefathers.
About ranting, you mean?
No. Yes. People are here, but they're not here. About
No, you're supposed to bash me. You're supposed to bash me. Good.
For Ozoro Festival, the name.
LLC.
Hold on, so just to put it in context, people also talked about the name he used a few weeks ago, Christians for Epstein, that they are offended. Do you think is offensive?
He used my name too for weeks. Nobody complained. All these hypocrites and enemies of progress. When they bash me, it's all right.
Are you comparing yourself with it, right?
No. You are here with your mouth. You have your mouth. If you wanted to complain, you complain. You saw you.
Are you comparing yourself with Christ?
Complain. Why should we fight for you when you're here to fight for yourself?
No, I thought you said Christ will fight for himself. So why? See, my point is, if you are complaining now, why did nobody complain for me? Why are we so hypocritical?
No, forefathers. He did not say forefathers for LGBTQ. Like he said, Christians for LGBT, Christians for everything.
He said
you understand?
He said
forefathers, you are not Christ-like.
He said that I have one brain cell. He said was to me.
So I would have been shocked if he came out and made a state.
Was it you that he will refer to have brain cell?
Yeah.
Yes, I told him back that he's the one that has one brain cell. But the point is that he does this constantly and nobody complains until he touches them. I sat through it for weeks or months here when he was doing this to me. Nobody complained. So right. I don't see any big deal about it. I think he should just overlook it. We'll move on to the next one soon.
All right. Paul, the final person.
What up, baby? Good.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I just really opted to come talk about this Uzoro festival because Doctor, you notice I argue about it in the morning a little bit. Cut across, we have that culture in many places in Delta. We have that culture.
That's not what we're talking about now. We're just
hold up, I'll be right back.
People on the comments.
They busy bashing me because of my name. Hold on, I'm right back.
Some people in the comment section raised the issue of the name that that Bumbu Ray is using currently, or the one he used last week. This week is Christians for Ozoro Festival. So are you offended by that? That's what I wanted to know.
No, I'm not offended. It's just trying to bring more awareness to the topic that is trending. I'm not, and also again, maybe it's also touching with the hypocrite when it comes to we Christians. You can see some of the things that Soludo did the other day, talking about the native herbalists that if you can vanish, I will not look for you, I pardon you. Just stupid thing like that. When we see Adeboye drink tea with God with no evidence, he didn't arrest Adeboye for that. You understand, and everything. So the Christians cannot wait to see other believe, make mistake. They use it to preach, to do everything. So maybe that's what he's doing and everything. And I'm just not being offended with that. I just believe that he's using it to create more awareness. And also, like, he also did the same thing with the so-called the last week on and everything. It's just also with this war thing, the way Christians is also being hypocrite with the Jewish people. The Jewish who actually killed their Lord and Savior called Christ. The people who killed and everything. And they keep punishing Christians till tomorrow in Israel. You understand? They spit on them, they do everything.
Muhammad.
Well, now Christian now. When you reach your tongue, you talk Muhammad. Now all I know, Jewish killed Christian. And Christians so foolish enough Now they fight for their enemy. We kill them. We say Ekene. We say you go support Buhari.
Thank you.
We the punish Biafra. We so.
Thank you, Paul. We have to
Doctor, how you go out Uruguman we get Hiran beside in house?
Christians for Zoro. Yeah, I give you 2 minutes to respond.
Yes, sir. So, first of all, I'm glad you guys are offended. Both of you that are offended, I am happy. I hope you keep getting offended because you just showed that you're nothing but hypocrites, like Paul just said, and I'm glad someone picked it up. First of all, it's freedom of speech, all right? And the Epstein for Christians thing, like I explained to y'all back, it has nothing to do with y'all. It has nothing to do with Nigerians. It has everything to do with the fact that there's pedophilia going on right now. There's rape of little children. There's sexual abuse of little children. And you guys, as a group, are doing your utmost to defend it, cover it up, and lie your way around it. Maybe not on an individual basis, but as a group. And I've said it here time without number. If these things that I named myself after were done by Muslims, if it was done in an Islamic society in Nigeria, for example, if you're shaking your head over there, and my man Kenny, we always jostle and go back and forth, you're still my brother. I love you, my guy. But all of you on here, everybody watching this show right now, rewind this show and notice that regardless of the topic, there are certain people, and I'm going to name them. Someone like KJ, he cannot stop himself from somehow, maybe not directly insulting Islam or Muslims or attacking them, but somehow his argument always goes back to Muslims. Now, if you have a trauma with what's going on in Nigeria and northern Nigeria, go seek therapy. But you cannot come on here try to stifle my freedom of speech. I'm from the Southpaw generation. I'm from the American Dad generation. I'm from the Family Guy generation, okay? Nothing is that offensive to us. If you take offense to it, I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. So this is just pointing out the hypocrisy. If Ozoro Festival happened, for example, in Sokoto or in Kaduna or in Kano, you'd be on here pontificating and crying and talking about how Muslims are rapists, how they run around molesting little children. For example, look at my guy Kenny. What did he say? He had no defense. He started talking about Islamic pedophilia. Now, can you imagine if the Epstein case was full of Muslims, or if Ozoro, the rapist case, was in an Islamic society? You guys, hold on, Kenny. You guys will be on here criticizing them. So if you want to take offense, that's fine. I'm really glad you're offended, and maybe somehow we'll learn to respect each other and deal with cases on an individual sector instead of always generalizing because we don't like one religion.
Okay. I have a question for you.
No.
Why haven't you written Islam for terrorism in northern Nigeria?
No question.
How did you know?
Because it's not my business.
Yeah, what happened?
All right, can I let me just say this and that way. I thank you and those who brought up this or the concerns they have. I'll try to on this platform explain my philosophy. I believe that everybody should be free to air their view. I'm really that open. I am totally against censorship. There are limits, we have some rules here, and the rules are made by our management team. I don't think, it's always important when I think about, maybe I'm not a good Christian. I don't think that Christianity needs anybody to fight for it. I don't believe that, but that's my personal view. But I have to always know that some people are more prone to, reading things the way they feel, which is different from my own. I will allow anybody here, personally, to put up Islam for whatever they, similar. I don't have any problem with that. I'm not going to come, but this is me. But I don't want people also not to be comfortable coming here because of names of people. But I just want to make it clear. I have no problem with anybody saying I'm this and whatever you want to say you are. My fear is this, that if you stop people for names we don't like, then eventually we stop other people for whatever reason. I can say I don't like Obolo. Ovia should not put it up there. I don't want that.
Dr. Damages, please.
Hold on, let me finish.
There should be some deterrent, right? If you allow this to go on, it may lead to something else. There should be some moderacy, no?
Can I let me finish? Yeah. So that's my personal view. I know what you're saying. I know that somebody can decide tomorrow to say that Muslims are this. But I'm willing to try it out. I'm willing to try out this. I know it's not easy. What we're doing here is not easy. It may look simple. It's not easy. There's a reason why the media is not doing what we're doing here. Most CNN can open up their platform and let people talk. It's the reason why they're not doing it. It's an experiment. So for now, I'll let it stay the way it is. Somebody said I'm an atheist. That may be true. That may be true. That may be why I don't feel this passion that people feel that I'm under attack, that my religion is under attack. I never feel that I need to fight for my God. I've never felt it. I don't support anybody who thinks that their God is so weak that they are the ones that will fight for that God.
We're not sure who's going to make heaven.
Hold on. Don't talk, please. Let me finish. I don't believe that. If you have to fight for your God, you may have to change that God, whatever the God is, whatever your religion is. I don't know. That's my personal view. But this is a platform is for everybody. So what I'm going to do is that we are going to go back to the back end, and our management team will discuss it. Since it's a concern for people, and we've had situations like that where we had a discussion, and whatever the team agrees will be the approach. But this is my personal view, and maybe this is my rant for today. All right, I have to go because I have to be somewhere in the next 20 minutes. KJ, can you rant, and then you can help other people to rant? Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. My rant is going to be short since I'm going to be concluding the program. And that's going to be that, listen, my only fear with people like Boom Boom Ray is you have put up that in Ozoro or Ozoro, there are people who live there. Ozoro does not only have Ozoro. Not only Christians that live there, they also have Muslims there. It's not only one tribe that lives there. There's no part where you don't, in Nigeria, where you have only one particular side living. You have a mixture. That is also one. But you didn't choose your part. You chose to put it as Christians. I'm not going to come to fight you. Yes, I'm a Christian, practicing, Bible carrying, hand laying, church going, dead dressing Christian. So I have no apology for anybody. That's what I believe. And I stand by it. Be till tomorrow, till Jesus comes, I'm there. Because I know that the Christianity I practice is from my ancestry, not the one that people will say came from Oibo land. No, but that's a different thing. So now, here is what my final word for this. Nigeria, we are still in the colonial era, where it is a big deal to drink tea with Oibo man in the hall. Where it's a big deal for Oibo man to call your name. He said, the first lady said, he even called my name. He called my name. When will we get away from this? When will the young people take over? People like Pat Otomi, people like Kingsley Omogali, people like Dr. Adeshina, former ADC Bank of African Bank, don't know ADC. When will such people come into governance? When will people like what's this guy from the north, Fred Dorotoye? When will such people who have some form of credibility be given opportunity to come to the fore? And like I said again, see, some people have been in this crusade of trying to bring the younger people up. The younger people, some of us have prayed for, gone to all night, prayed until they became governor. Only 1 week it took them to turn around and they disappeared. So when shall we get people who will be more concerned about Nigeria and not be people who go to London and sell off our Commonwealth and come back rejoicing? Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
KJ, you talk young people. Patutomi is 70 years old.
Dr. Damages, hold on, because I've been trying to be nice to on all of this. The person, just 1 second. The person named Chioma that made that allegation, I understand you accept their funds to post their whatever nonsense they have to post.
No,
but
there's no fun there.
Okay, so whoever the person is, invite the person on to show, her beautiful face and let us know how I've been stalking her or him or it. Because you can't just come on here and make dumb accusations like, oh, he's been stalking me. I have evidence. I don't even know why I'm addressing it. It's dumb.
All right.
But
all right. Let's just go ahead.
Saying? So like,
all right.
Please.
So thank you guys. Thank you everybody. KJ, we now conclude the program. I appreciate all of you. I have to run. I appreciate you. Tomorrow, if you can join us on 90 Minutes Africa, we have Tony Nadi, who is going to be our guest. Thank you all. I will see you tomorrow. KJ, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes. Parade don't change. Your parade don't change. New commander is in the camp. All right. I will go with you first and foremost. Let's go with my brother Christian for Ozoro Festival.
Ozoro.
And look from come. I know the chop okra with tonight.
So yeah, what we're talking about?
No, you are doing a rant now, so and you have to.
Oh, we rant? No, there's nothing else to rant about, man. Listen, Iran, we got the next show. We're gonna talk about it. Whoever Chioma is, come on, let's see evidence that I've ever been on another Nigerian show outside of this. Like, you guys just come on here, just talk. See, this is how dangerous you guys are. This is how dangerous. This is how despicable of human beings. This is how horrible you guys' upbringing is. This is how terrible you are as human beings. You have nothing to say, but then you come on and you write something so malicious and so defaming as he's been stalking me. I have evidence. That might even be a dude. For all we know, it's one of these weird-looking dudes that come on the show. But I'm glad you guys are offended, and I'm happy it pisses you guys off. And I hope, moving forward, this might be, like Ovi said, if you cannot take it, don't dish it up. Somehow you guys always find a way to ostracize a section of your own country, either through religion, their creed, their faith, their belief, or you ostracize and discredit them based on their tribe. But now, Christians for Epstein, y'all got nothing to do with Epstein. You're not in the United States. You're not from the United States. It had nothing to do with Nigerians. You take offense because you see Christians for Epstein. Instead of just asking and say, why did you choose such a name? But go fight Seth Green then. Go fight Rogan. But for all I know, as far as I'm not being defamatory and I'm not libelous and I'm not insulting people atrociously, I have the right to name myself whatever. Kenny was on here. He said, oh, he's always talking about Islam, insulting the prophet, calling them pedophiles. They do it. Nobody took offense. You've never seen me take offense to this. I said, listen, whatever you want to say, I'll backstage Ify. Like she said, I told y'all, whatever you want to say, say. I'm not God. I'm not going to fight on behalf of God. Whatever you want to, like Rudolph said. So whatever you want to say, that's on you. But for you to take offense to something that you should sit back and think and say, he's actually right. We come on here day after day. Thank you, Kay. Just 1 second. I said, day after day, KJ, Kenny, their talk always goes back to underhandedly insulting the North, the Fulanis, Muslims, Islam. None of y'all call it out. But now a name is offensive. I'm sorry. Do whatever you want to do and change your own name too, and let's all have fun. Let's boogie.
All right. Thank you so much. Forefather, I will let you speak so I can go start preparing your program.
Yeah, thanks. I think what I find difficult sometimes is that I saw the video of the Ozoro Festival, which was quite disappointing that, in 2026, those people, they don't understand that will not be acceptable behavior. And so it's something that they'll probably learn now. They'll probably stop it. But we have to understand that this type of behavior is not because sometimes we overemphasize things. Because if I'm not mistaken, we've lost almost either kidnapped or killed more than 200 to 300 people. I don't see that kind of irate madness in the country going crazy. Because in Germany there's this one that they do in Germany where the men go out. If they catch the women, they use cow horn to beat them in the backside. Like crazy. I don't know what this tradition where they come from. People they use it to beat women in the backside. they had to shame them to stop it too. It's just crazy. I can't even believe that these things are still happening to the date. This is human rights abuse. You can't even start beating. You can't push people without being considering it assault. Not to mention, man, I can't even start thinking about some of the horrible things that were going on in some of the videos that I saw. So I hope they stop it, and the people that perpetrated some of all those things, obviously, they're going to be held accountable because they're on video. Many of them are on video. They should be held accountable accordingly. But if one was to shift to this Iranian issue, I don't understand why our people, just because you hate, some of the things Muslims are doing in Nigeria, it doesn't mean you blind yourself to what is just. In the end, that is what even all your religions preach, including the Islamic one. You have to be just. You can't say because is it time up? If his time is up, then I stop. Then all right, I'll be quiet. Then I'll move on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I? Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. I know it's always okay to be on the defensive when we are wrong. It's very difficult to apologize, but this is it. What happened in Ozoro is a festival, traditional festival held by probably traditional believers, not Christian festival. So I don't know why and how you maliciously attach Christianity in your subtitle or in your title, right? It has nothing to do with Christianity. Am I in support of whatever that happened in Ozoro? Hell no. Whomever that is responsible, the perpetrators must be arrested and justice must. It is ungodly. I don't know the kind of God that they worship in Isoko. I don't know the kind of God that they are sacrificing those ladies, for. But that God must be a very wicked God anyway. But the truth is, we've had situations where Islamic terrorism has been labeled as terrorists. I mean, Islamic organizations, like the Fulani Islamic organization has been labeled. I did not put the name. They are being labeled as terrorists, Islamic terrorists. And that's so I just have to use the word. I don't have to be apologetic, calling them what they are, right? Now, if you want to go that route now, no problem, until maybe Dr. Damages and his team take a resolution on this, because I know the names that I will probably use for the Islams. For example, I could say that Muhammad for pedophilia. I could say Islam for blood sucking because they like sacrificing blood. I could say Islam for idolatry because they worship a stone. Do you understand? I could call them tomorrow I will have the title until they take a decision on this. Since we have freedom to say whatever we want to say or write whatever we want to write.
And I thank you. Yeah. Pablo, go ahead.
So with the rants, within our rants on self, because this what did happen for Uzoro also?
Yes,
I have no idea.
Just a second, and just so you know, right?
They're gonna rape you if you go there, if you're a woman.
Yeah, the idea that Christians don't fight for their God is going to stop. If Muslims are going to be fighting for their God, and I think Christians should start fighting for their God too.
Okay.
Let it be balanced. If you kill me because of your God, I will kill you because of my God. Let's face what Let's stop all this nonsense that we can't fight for our God. We will fight for our God the same way you are fighting for your God.
Go ahead.
Okay, well,
but my brother Kenny, I thought you said you wasn't Christian.
No, stop now. We are
No. I'm just making a general note now. For because somebody said it that Christians don't fight for their God, and you choose not to fight for your God. Me as a Christian now, I've decided to fight for my God too.
Okay,
if you can
thanks.
fight for your God as Muslim, I can fight for my God as Christian.
Can for Trump? Thank you. Just wait. Let I was. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I think I should say, Boom Boom Ray, thank you, sir, for bringing that up as your name, because I actually have no clue what is going on. I know I saw an headline and I saw their king, but I knew just bother to. And maybe Paul can prove me wrong. Uzoro, if there's any god in Uzoro, na Igbe people now, no be Igbe. Majority of them they be Igbe worshiper, abi. So
some, not all. It's
some
big more with Urobo. It's big more with Urobo.
because we have a lot in common. And Isoko people did it now.
Yes.
So most of the way we pronounce, like the way they pronounce Opia, are the same thing with our own. So I believe maybe before the coming of the European British Empire, maybe we are together before we split. Because I understand some of their languages. I mean, the name Ovie too. Once I say my name is Ovie, the first thing they will ask me, are you from Delta? Which is pretty much Isoko and Urobo people bear that name. So there's a lot in common. So I don't even know, say the king na Christian.
Say nowadays king, they be Christian, they serve juju too.
Oh, okay.
So make them read their constitution very well.
Okay, thank you.
Anyway, thank you, Boom Boom Ray. At least now I'll go do my work. I'll go and do a little research on it to see what actually was going on there.
All right.
Don't take your girlfriend or any of your female relatives around there. They're gonna jump in there.
Hey, come on now. This is typical now.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, okay, thank you. So the Uzoro thing and everything, I think the information is coming out very slow. Like I said, most of this king cut across all around, maybe if not Africa, Nigeria. How many of them have their spokesperson that will come out when issues like that come out around their place to come speak for them and everything? It's not like that in the culture. They just did my mom's side just a month ago. You understand? I'm from Ubie, Efru, from my mom's side, very big. They do all those things. When they do all those things, even in my father's side, they say women don't come outside. So somebody else, the king has already come outside. The king is in the throne for 27 years. Has already come outside, brought the guy where did this thing happen and everything. It's not there. So the threat, somebody now use the threat that any girl come outside, anything where you see, carry. So some of these youth will take this advantage and everything, just abused it. You understand? Not like the culture, the tradition said, if they ask women not to come outside, if women come outside, which means it's room for the men to rape them. Nothing like that. But they just say women don't come outside. And you know the funny part, let me tell you how fun it is with this, the way we carry this religion and our tradition together. The king is a Christian. You see, it happened to the former Olu of Warri too, the former Oba of Badagry. He's a Christian, stop serving some of those things and everything. So the problem is that they say don't come outside because sometimes some people are Christians, still practice their culture. So for example, now my wife may not know that I am the one that will carry that thing for the festival that night. And maybe I might marry with my wife for 30 years. She don't know that, KJ, you understand this thing, the man who carry masquerade. Some of their wives don't know that this is the person that carry masquerade. That's why we're saying as spirit.
We did one for my place up to today.
Exactly. You don't know who carry the masquerade.
Yes,
so that's why they say women
will come out.
Women don't come out. So this other person now go put extra things. Any woman come out, anything where you see, take your head carry. Some people just abused it. So it's not the culture. Did they rape girls? Yes. Was it the culture? No. Far from it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to let you know that that culture also still exists in my place, but it's not because when the men, it doesn't say when women come out, then that means that you should rape them. It doesn't say that. If you do that, the village will banish you. Because my place, they don't joke with that kind of nonsense. They don't. Okay, if you go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not gonna talk about religion anymore. I'm done. This is it. We are all adults. You stay whatever you want us to believe. I'm done. You won't hear me talk about it anymore. Back to what we're talking about what is going on all over the world. Nigeria, most importantly. I don't even know if we can ever fix that country. You know, I'm beginning to doubt it within myself that that country is redeemable. You know, when you're talking about the amount of money, this waste of money, it's not spending, it's a pure waste of money that this government constantly wastes. I don't think I've ever seen any president carry a convoy, you know, to go visit another prime minister or a leader of another country. I don't think so in our country. I think this is it, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know whether Buhari did it or not. I don't know whether Jonathan or Obasanjo and the rest of them, you know, did it or not. But I think we have seen this over and over again. When Tinubu was initially sworn in, he took about, if not 400 people to New York for the United Nations meeting or something like that. So you can imagine the type of money we are constantly wasting. Let's not even go talk about the amount of money that the president, just him alone, and his wife. If you put that money in economy, just electricity, do you know how much? Do you know how much or how far that will go? And that is the reason why your present minister is going to contest for your state governorship election, because of the money he has stolen. There is no allegedly. Because you can't tell me that somebody who is a civil servant will have that kind of money to build a house that he built in his hometown. There is no allegedly there. You know, we saw what Umahi, this woman liar, we saw the properties of Umahi that he showed us. See what he's building, with whose money? A civil servant. We saw Wike, a civil servant. Oh, sorry. So, and the rest of them, I don't know. Everybody running into politics. It's not that they're running to help Nigeria or redeem Nigerians, but they're running to go get their own share of money, Nigerian money, you know, for him and his generation.
Thank you, Ify. Really appreciate you. Okay. Comparable facts. You have only 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Let me use a second to ask Femi a question. Femi, what are you? I've seen you recently in the last 2 or 3 months. You always have that governor aspirant from Florida, you know, on your background. What are you trying to portray? If you don't mind, take a minute to let me know why.
It's the part of your minute, or it will be when he's answering.
Okay. Let me go on. Let me start from where I started earlier. You know, about the CAP decision. You know, it is very deplorable what African countries have become. You know, it shows what I consider to be a mixture or racial, you know, hypothesis when it comes to African countries. They feel like they can't have relevant, unless when they join themselves with, you know, white people, which is nonsense. This decision, you know, doesn't even make sense. It's very unprecedented, you know, and outrageous in any way you look at it, because the match was already completed. Official already won on the field. So why should you referee not make the final decision? Referee already make a decision. I don't see any reason that has never happened in any part of the world, whereby a match has already been concluded. And you know, then after 3 months or whatever, you go and award the match to a losing team, which doesn't make any sense. Even I thought they walk out, which is wrong. They have been punished. But the match is already concluded and the referee has the final decision. So the point I'm trying to make is where we are. The problem with African people, I'm one of them, but it doesn't even make sense. And this is the same problem we're having with a country like Nigeria. This is why we are not going anywhere. Look at what your president is doing, you know. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate that contribution. Yes, Tony.
Well, I don't even know what to rant about, but I think we just wasted.
Tony, give me your time. Make I explain something.
We just wasted the precious time, you know, on nothing. The platform has rules and regulations, and I think whatever is the regulation should apply. For Nigeria, I think
for me, right now, if you come with a name, I don't. If I'm hosting, I don't appreciate. I will not bring you in. That's it.
Yeah. So the platform has rules. There's the reason why it has rules. I don't agree with Dr. Damages that everything goes. But the fact that it has rules is suggests that everything doesn't go. So if in the rules that you have in the platform that any such thing offends that regulation, and they know what to do, that's what I would say. Otherwise, it will be confusion. But I think we just wasted time. That side of the discussion for me wasn't rewarding. I didn't gain anything from it, and I don't think that it's something that should be deserved. That's my rant. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tony, and that was very short. Thank you. I really appreciate the time because Hofala is waiting for those who will join him. Femi, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, KJ. So quickly to answer the question that was asked, that's Andela at the back, by the way. I don't do politics. That's Inyola Abuyeji, one of the 4 or thereabout founders at Andela. So just to answer the question. Now, for me, I'll take what the Botswanan president responded to Trump with recently, when he was was beckoned on to come to the US. And then he responded straight to Trump and told him he should come to Botswana. I think it's time, hopefully, and I hope that he stands on that move as well, because whether one likes it or not, if you take a look at the fact that not only is Botswana the largest producer or refiner of diamond, they've also divested into copper, nickel, and this rare earth minerals that's becoming big deal in international politics, power play as well. And I say this to say that, again, as part of my rant, that as much I can, nobody can be older than the Pope. We can be more Christian than Jesus Christ, even though Christianity became a thing after Jesus, and we can be more Islamized than Muhammad and what have you. At the end of the day, like even UKG have often said, see, nobody can love you more than you do. After all, it's been displayed by what you saw with Tinubu going to what's it called, France severally, and now England, and them putting down the red carpet. Previously we've been saying it. The West is gradually going down. It's been explained what's happening in Europe. And to think that all these realignments that we see with China and Russia on one hand, and then the US, for example, on the other hand, you think they will come to Nigeria and they really love us that much that by bombing or whatever, they come to save us. It's a lie. The devil is a liar. It's a big lie.
Okay. Thank you so much, Femi. Thank you. And I just want to add to what you just said, Femi. You see, be watchful. America is not keeping Russia very far away. America is having Russia very close. That I noticed. But go and
check. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They play us game.
Yes, they are. All right.
Is that why they release their oil?
We won't continue this discussion. Maybe we'll go to further place and continue. So that we can end this quickly. All right, go ahead, Janaba. Janaba, I don't know why the system keep pushing you away from the top. Why? All right, go ahead.
The tendency of bias in the platform is the one behind pushing me to the other side.
Well, I'm your brother now.
I know you're always my brother. You're a good man. We may disagree in some ways, but you are a good man. My rant, if I knew forefathers is coming up, I could have waited. I thought you are ending the show. I saw my friend Dr. Damages in a different spirit, but about the rules and all of those things. But that's fine. We will go there and we finish what we do not finish here. But oftentimes I would have heard is that whether you call it Fulani or you call Hausa Fulani, they are not a good leader. They don't like Nigeria. But now we have seen that that's not true. They love Nigeria more than any other people in Nigeria. Tinubu never comment on people being dying like a chicken in Nigeria. He never even have a press conference to address any issue. And that is the mindset you see in Nigeria, that you can see that governors and senators and House of Rep and all of that from the other part of Nigeria have houses in abroad. But you see, very rare for the Northern to do that. I think they go to part of like uh, uh, the former PDP vice president have a house in Washington. He was seized at a point for money laundering and all of that, and they go to Dubai a little bit of that. But the point I'm making is that we don't have leaders that seek their own people's interest. And I don't think it's just because of not or no not. It's because we are still a servant of the white people. And whenever we want to do our things, we quickly run there. And there's no time to complain about all those things. I think let's man up and live to our own surname. It's not about pushing blame here and there. We are not just people that love our people like we should. Thank you for showing me your time. We'll finish up with forefathers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Janaba. I appreciate it. Yes, Prince Akwachi, you have 2 minutes.
I thought you were gonna say 3 minutes, but let me just quickly say, you shouldn't be Kenneth Trump, because it's kind of like answering a white man's name. You should be MAGA Kenneth, like I call you. That's what it should be. I like it when I call you MAGA Kenneth. That's where it's sweet. But don't buy into my. You're taking my minutes. My rant goes this way. You see, every time that somebody like Soli comes on here, he tries to gaslight people that we are older than him doesn't make it a crime. And like KJ, you said, you know, we are not the ones that created the problem. Now, one of the persons he follows, and he's an ardent follower of Showore, Showore and myself are age mates. But he comes here and every time it's always P2OB. Showore was an ardent follower of Abiola. Was Abiola a righteous man? No. Was Abiola clean? No. To the extent that the same Showore said that he is also a follower of Fela. Fela and Abiola was not seen eye to eye because of the things that Abiola did that Fela knows about them and sang about them when you hear about ITT. When people just come here and just talk anyhow, just every time, whenever they say anything, oh, P2OB. Whether P2OB runs for presidency, he wins or he doesn't win, it's not gonna take food from his mouth. But people coming here to make jokes and he was saying something, I was just laughing. He said, oh, that we will see. Who is gonna see? He's the one there that is gonna bear the brunt. Thank you. Let me just say, I promised earlier to get him.
Please don't go away. Forefather is coming on right after this.
Kenneth, where have you been, man?
No, yeah, Forefather is on another level. Forefather is on another level. But that fits you. Maga Kenneth.
Yeah,
Good.
Just add,
thank you.
We need to go.
Add the MAGA so that it will be middle name. Kenneth, MAGA, Trump.
Okay. See you really. We miss you. Please, do come tomorrow again. And
I will come. I will come tomorrow for sure.
Apache, please, let's have more of you guys. You guys are interesting. If you are not here, the program will not hold, obviously. And that does not take anything away from people like Comparable Facts, who is always coming with facts. And my brother, who is on the other side, one Taramina, understand what I'm saying? The guy, of course, the skanking master himself, Pueblo. All right. And then, of course, Paul, thank you so much. Also, I really like that lecture you gave on the different sides of it. I've never heard that before. I didn't know that. So today I was really enlightened by what you spoke concerning ships and how they are done. Thank you so much for that education. I also want to thank
I used to be a wharf boy after school. My mother cooked in the canteen in Tinkham Port.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm a wharf boy. Yeah.
It was quite educating for me. Okay, thank you so much also for Kulata. Hey, Kulata, thank you for your support. We appreciate it. The Igbo Basic, we really thank you. Thank you. You're always behind supporting also. Ariano 6611. Thank you so much for your support. We really appreciate. And Kulata again, thank you also for supporting Igbo Basic again. Thank you, T Mac, T Macjex.
The only intelligent man on this show.
Yes, so thank you. John. There's one guy who's always yabbing me on this thing, but I wish I have his contact. I will send you some of my works privately. Okay, thank you also for your support. Thank you, Babajide and Fola B. Thank you. We really appreciate it. Right now, it's only Rudolph that's carrying the weight of this channel. Every one of us that is hosting here, you see us. We're just an addendum to that which is doing. But financially, everything depends on Rudolph. So if more of you that can help, like the channel, share it, and of course contribute, whatever amount it is, it will go a long way to helping the channel stay afloat. Next week, like he said, no, tomorrow we're having Dr. Nadi. Of course, people know him. Those of you who want to know why there should be Biafra, please be here tomorrow, because Dr. Nadi is going to tell us the reason why we need to all now have regions. He is here. He has been on this issue for more than 15 years, and tomorrow he will again be able to enlighten many of us again. So I implore you that you please, if you don't mind, join us tomorrow. But now don't go away, because Forefather is ready at the other end. Of course, Forefather has his own views, and that views will be very well canvassed in the next program. So if you don't mind, please just hang on, and I will go off, and then you can go back into that channel. Unfortunately, he has not shared the
link.
Yes, I don't have the link. I will have shared it so that everybody will have it. But if not, just wait a bit. You will see the link come up, and then you all can switch to it.
I think this is your best introduction to Nigeria show. That he has a different view. I think I like that.
Oh yeah, no. Okay, so the link is here now, and we all can see it. You can go ahead and tap on that link. It will take you straight to True Nigeria's view, show, and then you can equally express your opinion on that, that channel, or rather in the program. Look, we just say on behalf of
condemn Igbo. Tinubu needs to be Igbo so that he can feel waka well.
Guys,
we need to go and make California great again.
Everybody.
Yes, exactly. It's turning red already. California is turning red gradually.
$911 billion, 844 million,
I don't find trouble now.
833 naira.
Oh, okay, stop disrespecting my uncle, okay? This is my Senate president that disrespected him.
1 billion,